I've got a few normal announcements. If the fire alarm sounds, all members in the chamber and observers in the public gallery are to make their way out of the building and go to the fire assembly point outside the Great Hall. Mobile phones have been turned off or put on silent for the duration of the meeting. And as a reminder, we'll be utilising, as we've done previously, the queuing functionality available on the microphone system. Members wishing to speak should indicate their indication by pressing the right-hand button on the microphone to automatically be added to the queue. The queue will be visible on the microphone console screen, and then I invite you to speak for the appropriate time. Microphones will be activated and deactivated automatically. Apologies for absence. Have we had any apologies for absence, Joe? Are they on the screen? Right. I won't read them out because I think you can all see them up there. Any other ones formally by members of the council? Yes, Councillor Chad.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I add Councillor Adam Jackman to that list, please? He's
Yes,
unwell.
of course you
Thank
can. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Declaration of interests. All members who believe they have a disposable pecuniary interest in any matter to be considered at the meeting must declare that interest, and having regard to para 3, paragraph 1.5 of the County Council Members' Code of Conduct, leave the meeting while the matter is discussed, save for exercising any right to speak in accordance with para 1.6 of the Code. Furthermore, all members with a personal interest in a matter being considered at the meeting should consider having regard to Part 5, Paragraph 4 of the Code, whether such interest should be declared, and having regard to Part 5, Paragraph 5 of the Code, consider whether it is appropriate to leave the meeting while the matter is discussed, save for exercising any right to speak in accordance with the Code. Now, in addition, members, you will already have received from the monitoring officer an email setting out the position on the declaration of interest, and you will have noted his advice that members who are members of other authorities should declare personal and pecuniary interests in items on devolution and local government reorganisation. You will also have noted that the monitoring officer advice that all members have the benefit of a dispensation granted by the Conduct Advisory Panel, enabling them to fully participate and vote in any business of the County Council where they may otherwise be prevented from doing so in a consequence of being in receipt of a member's allowance. The monitoring officer's advice also covered the question of personal interests, and you will have noted his advice that members should also declare a personal interest, and in his view that, subject to their own consideration of the matter, such as an interest should not prevent them from fully participating in this meeting. Sorry, that's rather long and verbose, but I think it's worth saying. And in addition, the monitoring officer advised that members who are not members of any other authority and who remain at the meetings will be recorded unless they specifically request otherwise as declaring a pecuniary interest in agenda item 5. The local government reorganisation item, as they are in receipt of an allowance under the County Council Members Allowance Scheme, but will fully will fully participate in the meeting as a result of the dispensation granted by the Conduct Advisory Panel. We will now use the electronic voting system to enable all members who are members of other local authorities to declare their interest. If you wanted to declare your interest, please vote yes to the question posed now. And the question is, do you want to declare that you have a pecuniary and a personal interest in items 4 and 5, the local government reorganisation and devolution items, as you are in receipt of an allowance under the Hampshire County Council Members' Allowance Scheme, and you are a member of another relevant authority affected by the business being discussed and in receipt of an allowance under the Members' allowance scheme of the other authority. As I say, please vote now. And we've got 57 yes, no. Anyone not voted? Okay, I think that's been done and that has been noted. And I request that the recorded vote and names are displayed on the screen. And there we have it on the screen. Anyone got a problem? Councillor?
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I'm not in another authority.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I pressed it by mistake. I do apologise, I pressed it by mistake against on there because I'm not actually a member of.
Well, I don't think we'll worry too much about that, as it's the right way around. Okay. Right, moving on to item 3. Sorry about that. Yes.
Can we also include the fire authority in that vote as well? So it will be other authorities and the fire authority as a declaration.
The fire authority is
Yes. Any members of the fire authority who haven't actually said that they're a member of another authority? Okay. Moving on to item 3, Chairman's announcements. I have very few announcements. There have been a few visits, and I will mention 3 of them. I've been to the Records Office, which I thoroughly enjoyed, and I do recommend all councillors, if they have a chance, to visit the Records Office. I also attended a concert by the Hampshire Music Service Chamber Orchestra at Rumsey Abbey, which was a huge success. And finally, I attended the British Empire Medal presentation last Monday by the Lord Lieutenant. As regards the length of this council meeting, I propose to call a break at 1 o'clock for lunch, unless it is clear, pretty clear, that we'll finish by about 1:30. So we will allow proceedings to go on until 1:30 if it looks as if we're going to finish. And I'm proposing as chairman a variation to standing orders as per the previous extraordinary meeting that we had in January for items 4 and 5 to adopt the budget sequence for the length of speeches as the council agreed then. Are you all in agreement that we have that procedure today as well? Thank you very much. Let us now move on to item 4, English devolution white paper, response to the government's devolution consultation. May I invite the leader of the council. I was just reading my notes. It's just, as you notice, there's an awful lot of notes I've got this morning. I don't want to miss anything out. Councillor Nick Adams-King.
Thank you, I think, Mr. Chairman. It was on. Is it on now? Yeah. So, colleagues, I'm sorry to pull you into another extraordinary meeting, but we are here for good reason. We met, you will have no doubt remember, back in January, at which point we agreed that we would put in our bid to become members of the Devolution Priority Programme. So here we are. We were accepted at the beginning of February, and we are in the process now of agreeing our submission, which needs to be with government by the 13th of April. I think we are all fully aware of the benefits of devolution. We're aware of the different proposals that are being put forward to us. It offers a significant opportunity for Hampshire and the Solent. It provides us with the opportunity to obtain additional powers from government. Decisions that are currently made in Westminster will be in the hands of us locally. It will mean a mayor, and it means that that election will take place for the mayor next year, and alongside that the creation of a combined authority which will provide us with an input from the councils and other bodies in the county to be able to influence what the new mayoral, initially combined and then strategic authority does. I put the recommendations to you. I don't need to talk very long on this. I hope that you found the briefing from officers yesterday morning useful. My thanks to them for providing that in significant detail for us. Very happy to answer any questions, as always. Mr. Chairman, I might just add one thing, which was just that Councillor Chegwin arrived a few minutes late, which I'm not pointing him out for in that respect, but Councillor Chegwin, just to give you a chance, you should just declare an interest as a member of another council, which we'd all done. Yeah, that's great. So if we can add Councillor Chegwin to that, I didn't want him to get into trouble. So otherwise, Mr. Mayor, happy to take questions. Mr. Chairman, happy to take questions. I'm forgetting where I was. Yeah. Happy to take questions, and I move the recommendations on the government's English devolution white paper to you.
Okay, we're open for questions. Questions first, and then we have the debate subsequently. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Chair. The new combined authority will be required to have a strategic overview on the economy, transport and spatial planning. However, there's no proposed duty for a strategy for the climate. A statutory duty to set a strategy for the climate is essential. Effective coordinated climate action requires a strategy, an action plan, a performance framework and reporting. Hundreds of climate groups across the country have sent a letter to the Minister and other key people.
There. Is this a question, or
there
is this
a question
part of
just
the
coming.
debate?
There is a question
Fine,
just
okay.
coming. So I just want a little bit of context, that's all. So hundreds of other climate groups across the country have sent a letter to the Minister and other key people in the government asking them to add statutory duties on climate and nature to the devolution bill, and I understand that a copy of this letter has also been sent to Cabinet members. Will the Cabinet consider adding their voice to the call for all combined authorities to be given a statutory duty to develop a strategy for the climate with an action plan and performance framework so that they can jointly contribute to meeting nationally binding targets on the climate? Thank you.
It is now. Councillor Wallace-Malcolm, thank you for your question. We did indeed receive the email from the Climate Action Network, and I understand that they're also coming to make a deputation tomorrow as part of the cabinet meeting when we consider this. In terms of that being reflected in our response, I have to say that at the moment we're working to a template that the government is providing us. And as a consequence of the work that we've done with our upper tier partners in Portsmouth and Southampton and the Isle of Wight, ahead of the government white paper that was published in December, that we were much clearer about the kind of action that we wish to see. I'm very happy to reflect that in our response. I think we need to perhaps be a bit stronger about that. And I think that some of our colleagues in one of the other opposition parties might have something to say about that in a few minutes as well, that will potentially make a change to this proposal, which hopefully takes into account some of the aspirations that you're proposing there.
Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of queries, please. The response says the voting arrangements are appropriate, or the draft response and the recommendation. What happens if there's a tie in the votes for the for the combined authority? The consultation says a simple majority in favour, i.e. 4 out of 6, including the mayor. What happens if the result is 3-3? Second question, the Hampshire County Council wants safeguards in the governance to reflect the interests of constituent authorities. And can I just ask what those are or what we're talking about there, please? And a third question, how does the consultation, which limits to a maximum of 5 either non-constituent members of the combined authority who are represented, how does that attempt to represent 11 districts, 2 national parks, police and health authorities, the Environment Agency, utilities, police and fire, which cover the whole area of Hampshire, Southampton, Portsmouth and the Isle of Wight. Thank you.
Leader.
Councillor Groves, thank you for that. In terms of, so I think as an overarching response to your points, we're working within a framework that the government are proposing to us at the minute. And so there is an element, once we have responded to this consultation, where I think there is some flex in our ability to then talk about the governance and how it works from there. Working back through your response, at the end of the day, what we're wanting to create is something that is manageable. We're not creating a parliament or another county council where you're going to have loads and loads of people in the room. It has to be something that is manageable. It has to be something that works. And there are indeed very many constituent parts of the community in Hampshire and the Solent that we need to reflect. That needs to definitely include representatives from business, for example, and also from the national parks and from bodies that represent the voluntary sector, for example. And so there is a debate yet to be had about how that works, but what we're using is a template that the government is using, and it's based upon what works elsewhere. So I think we have to trust that to a degree at the moment. In terms of the voting aspect of it, the simple answer is, I'm sorry, I don't know for sure, but my suspicion would be that if you end up in a situation where you've got 3-3, in normal circumstances in any arrangement, you would have the chair of the committee being able to have a casting vote, and that would therefore mean that whoever is the mayor has the casting vote in that arrangement, I would assume, but I don't know for sure. The other aspect around being able to protect or to talk about the ability to ensure that the arrangements do not place a burden or a responsibility on constituent parts without their agreement. That effectively comes down to the fact that if you have a situation with a mayor who is wishing to propose certain arrangements that would impact upon the area of one of the constituent bodies, be it currently the existing 4 upper tier councils or in the future any number of the unitary councils that will succeed us, then I feel quite strongly there needs to be some way by which you can ensure that those councils don't feel as if they've been done unto by everybody else saying, well, let's make sure that all of the housing goes in that particular area, or let's make sure that all of the arrangements for new industry goes to one particular place. And so having a way by which there is an ability for each of those constituent parts to control what happens within their own boundaries and they don't feel done unto is, I would think, a really important part of that governance. And that's something that we need to reflect when we come down to that point of negotiating things in a bit more detail. Hopefully, once we're through the gateway to get to the point of that negotiation over the summer.
Councillor Collett.
Thank you, Chairman. My question is on a rather different matter. I'm very conscious that 78 of us are elected to represent our constituents, and between us, we are the County Council. And we are the supreme part of this organisation. We elect a leader, the leader chooses a cabinet, and so on. We employ our senior officers and they employ staff for us. But the supreme body here is the County Council. Yet today we're in a situation where we've become the subservient body and we're having to make recommendations to the cabinet, which is a bizarre way of doing business. Now, I recognise, and I've been told, that it's legal to do it this way. The question is the leader comfortable that the position has been turned around in that way, that our role as a council has been diminished in that way, and would he agree with me that in future we make sure this doesn't happen again? Thank you.
Leader.
So, thanks for that question, Councillor Collett. Having sat last night in one of the borough councils, where I'm a member, and gone through the same process, this seems to be the way in which everybody is viewing it, because the actual decision under the Constitution is for us, the decision that we're taking to send the response and to join the programme and to proceed with this is an executive one for the executive. And indeed, I think in some of the other councils, I don't think it's universally the case that every single council is holding a specific council meeting in order then to inform what their cabinet does. It's certainly not been the case in some of the other conversations that have happened. And so consequently, that is, I think, what the Constitution tells us. Certainly, if you, as a body today, told me as the leader and my colleagues as the cabinet that you were not happy with an element of this and you wish to say or do something differently, it would be exceptionally foolish of us to take no notice of you and go and do something completely different tomorrow. So that's something I can reassure you. I can't promise you that we would do things differently if there are further stages along the way, simply because I think it's constitutionally the way that we have to do things. I might need to refer to Mr. Kelly to confirm that, but certainly the advice that we have is both around the submission of the original the original bid to become part of the programme, and now our submission of the two different documents, both around devolution and local government reorganisation. They are actually functions of the executive, and what we are doing, though, is, as I have promised you throughout, making sure that you, exactly as you say, as the governing body of the county, are able to have your say and let us know what you think prior to us making those executive decisions tomorrow. That's entirely within you.
Councillor Porter.
Thank you. My question is about commitments. So the County Council works with district councils in many cases, particularly on planning, but on other aspects as well. And commitments are made through S106s and arrangements and capital plans for infrastructure in those areas. And the current situation is that those commitments have already made, and of course that has to be measured. But over the next 2 years, as we get between now and the end of a shadow mayoralty, or and the end of this authority, and the shadow authorities for the unitaries, how do those commitments continue to be made and have any value?
Leader.
I think that's a really pertinent question. Probably more pertinent to the next bit, the next item, rather than this one, in a way. What happens, Councillor Porter, is that in terms of the combined authority and the mayoralty, that will not impact the arrangements that we, for example, have in terms of the Section 106 commitments and the commitments around SIL and infrastructure development that occur between, for example, Winchester City Council and the County Council at the minute, or whoever. Because that's all part of the doing part of what we all do. And it's the strategy that lies with the combined authority and the mayor rather than any of those practical aspects. The combined authority and the mayoralty will enhance that, I hope, because there is an ability for the mayor to advocate on our behalf in terms of looking to government for additional infrastructure to support growth and to support development. And as we all know, those of us who are here and sit on our fellow councils that have planning responsibilities, we are all in the place where the amount of housing that we need to deliver has been increased substantially in the last few months. So there is the ability for the mayor to advocate for that. There's the ability for the mayor to also become involved by way of setting a mayoral SIL, if they wish, and working alongside Homes England to help the delivery of that. But actually the practical delivery of it still lies with the existing councils, and it doesn't impact our relationship at that point. Thinking of the next item, the LGR piece, clearly that is something that is impacted more because we end up in a situation where there will be boundaries shifting around and the responsibilities of the different councils are merged together. But again, you should find that there is no impact upon that, because if there is an agreement in place to deliver something in Winchester or in Itchen Valley, then that agreement stays in place because that is still happening, it's still there. It might just be something that is merged into the same authority, or should be merged into the same authority in their responsibilities as the strategic level or the highways authority part of what we do as the county, for example, begins to sit alongside the planning aspect that is carried out currently by Winchester City Council or whatever the successor authority would be. So, in a sense, nothing changes, and in fact, there's probably better opportunity for synergy because they'll all be part of the same organisation as opposed to being two different ones.
Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Leader, most people I speak to think that a greater priority for Hampshire is tackling the issue of sustainable funding for social care and SEND provision. I understand that we are responding to the government's priority in all that we're doing. So in a sense, that's kind of out of your hands. But wouldn't you agree that this is a greater priority? And unless we deal with it at pace, how on earth are we going to set up a sustainable organisation without the necessary funding in place?
Leader.
Councillor Harrison, thank you. Short answer, yes, I do agree with you. We're straying into the next item again as well, which I don't mind, but just for all of us here and for anyone watching to understand that we're talking at the moment about devolution, and devolution doesn't stray into that area of the kind of pressures that we currently have. Devolution, I think, gives us an opportunity ultimately to begin to influence the levers that begin to cause those challenges for us, but that's some way down the road. It's not part of the original 9 areas and 58 work streams that we have been looking at to comprise the initial role of the combined authority and the mayoral team. Does local government reorganisation offer us the opportunity to address some of those challenges? And you're absolutely right about the fact that they are the biggest ones that we face. No, they don't. In time they might, but the fact that there is no funding from government to help us get over that line means that actually what we might well be talking about is creating the least unsustainable new council structure as opposed to creating sustainable ones. We don't know that as yet, though, because we haven't been able to properly interrogate the data. But I have bored your colleagues, who are the leaders of district and borough councils, in the room in which we've all been discussing the different challenges, and I've bored them all to death, I fear, by consistently saying we must have an eye to sustainability. There is no point creating new council structures that immediately just fall into the same kind of challenges that we currently have and we are working hard to address, but more importantly, looking at those other unitary councils that have been created around the country over the last few years. I think it is a salient and it is a salutary point to consider that so many of the recently created unitaries were amongst the list of councils, including ourselves, that were asking for exceptional financial support in the latest round of government funding. So sustainability, self-sufficiency has to be key. And the one thing that I'm now talking to my point for the next item, but the one thing that you will hear me say in the introduction to that, and that I don't mind saying again and again, is that the people about whom we must worry most are those who rely upon our services out there. There are 1.4 million residents of Hampshire, and across this chamber, we represent them in their entirety. And it is those people who must be at the forefront of our mind in any of the conversations that we have and in any of the planning that we do, because not creating structures that will support their current needs will be failing them, and we will therefore be failing in our duty if we don't do so. Sorry, that was a little bit of a speech in response, but I think you make a really excellent point.
Councillor Dowden.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Harrison asked my question, but I've got a second question, which I'll ask now. Both versions of the plan have a placeholder for resident and business engagement within it. And regarding options, one runs to the end of April and the other to the end of May. So therefore my question will be, will that consultation provide tangible details of the geographic boundaries for each option, including wards? Yes, I'm speaking on the next one. I thought we were speaking about it all now, but never mind. I'll do it now and get it over with. How they would operate and what it would mean in practice for residents. Of course, there is a risk otherwise that consultation primarily centred around a number of unitary authorities would be too nebulous to generate an appropriate level of engagement.
Councillor Dowden, thank you. You'll be surprised at how many times people say to me in all my different facets of the things that I do, just do it now and get it over with. And I think that's a very good mantra for us to be thinking about. Again, it's an issue really for the next item, so the devolution piece, I think we're quite clear upon. I think I wasn't able to watch yesterday morning, the briefing, but I think some really good points were made about being able to help people who are digitally disabled access some of the consultation elements and being able to put some of the information in our libraries to be able to help them with that. You'll see that as part of the response from the 15 council leaders for the local government reorganisation piece that we've been asking for an extension of time until November, rather than having to submit our proposals on the 26th of September. That comes about as a consequence of all of us, well, the four of us who are the upper tier leaders being told by the government that if we, told by government ministers that if we applied for the priority programme, we would have longer to submit our local government reorganisation plans. And in fact, when the invitation came out, we were given less time than we'd been told to do so. And I think there are two things there. First of all, there's this enormous amount of work for us to do in preparing the devolution proposals. That's one of the reasons why we equally agreed to the request that we postpone our elections. But it also means that it's very challenging for us to be able to do the local government reorganisation piece along the same side, because that's an enormous amount of work as well. And one of the really big pieces of work that we need to do there is to properly consult with residents about the ways by which those boundaries should be drawn. I think it's fair to say that there is a difference of opinion between the various leaders in the room in those conversations as to whether there should or should not be a consideration of boundary changes that would change the existing boundaries of districts and boroughs and the cities. It is something that, for that reason, the request, one of the requests you'll note in the response is a question asking government whether they would be happy to consider that or not. If we consider that, it creates a much greater burden on us to begin to talk to those areas that might be moved to find out what they think and to get their opinion. It also means that the whole process may take a longer period of time. So there is a lot to consider around that, and I therefore think that it's not just a matter of consulting with people until May. There are various points of consideration and consultation that need to be undertaken before we get to the point of a final submission or final submissions, which I think, if we're realistic, is the more likely answer when we get to that eventual point of looking at the proposals that we put to government.
Any more questions at all? Councillor House.
Would the leader agree with me? Question. Would the leader agree with me that he accidentally misspoke a moment ago? I'm sure it was accidental, when he said that we agreed to the government's request to cancel the elections, when it was actually the government agreeing to this council's request to cancel the elections. It was a matter of our choice and our request.
I don't agree in the respect it was made clear to us that if we wish to join the devolution priority programme, they felt that it would be beneficial if we were to request of them a postponement of the elections. And this remains a point of contention between us. And I'm happy to agree to disagree over the nuance that we should be giving to that.
Councillor House, a supplementary
question to the leader. Would he support his party leader's motion in the House of Lords today, which regrets the cancellation of the elections this year?
Leader.
As I may have told the press, at the end of the day, what our national party chooses to do in terms of their position around the postponement of elections is entirely up to them. And it's entirely within their rights to conclude that actually any postponement to elections should not happen and is inappropriate, and that's why they are opposing the prayer motions that are being set both in the House of Lords and the House of Commons. I have had a conversation, had two different conversations with the shadow local government secretary about this. He has been supportive and kind in explaining their position, and I have been equally supportive and kind in explaining mine. And mine is that at the end of the day, I represent a council that, as I said, is here for the 1.4 million residents of Hampshire. And it is for us to decide what is best for Hampshire. And if, I hope we all agree, that the opportunities devolution brings are positive for us, and it is better for us to be in control of what happens. It is better for us to be in the priority programme. It is better for us to be on the front foot about this than to wait for the government to do unto us, simply for the fact that we would need to pull out of the system or pull out of the priority programme in order to agree to a county election next month. And so my job is to do the best for the people of Hampshire, and our conclusion in January was that we should progress with the request for postponement and the application to join the priority programme as part of that joint process. I don't have an issue with what the National Party want to say. It would have been helpful maybe if they'd have told us that was going to be their position in January.
Councillor Philpott.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Chairman. In the light of the previous two questions, just to clarify with the leader, I note that, and once again, apologies if I'm straying into the next part of the agenda. I think that's where the question took us. Noting that the council are being asked to extend the deadline from the 26th of September to the 28th of November, what impact does the leader think that would have if we were to have elections as well in the interim, and what would that do to our deadline of the 28th of November? How much further on would we have to request the deadline?
Leader.
No, I think it's a fair question. Thank you, Councillor Philpott, for your question. I don't have a piece of string on me, but if I did, I would be asking how long it was. I think it's a fair point, though, but again, there's a conflagration of the two different things there. So the point that I think we should all of which we should take note is the fact that we are in this this item that we are now discussing, although we seem to be ranging between both of them today. But in item 4, where we're looking at the English devolution white paper, we are responding to a consultation that ends on April the 13th. April the 13th is right in the middle of the period of time in which we would have been fighting a local election campaign. And if we were doing that, we would be in the middle of Purdah, and if we were doing that, we couldn't have held the consultation. If we did that, if we had an election, we would then need to create a new administration from whichever party had won the election. We would no doubt have quite a number of new colleagues who would have joined us. They would have needed to have been inducted. They would have needed to begun to understand the various roles and responsibilities they have. And frankly, I think it would be extremely difficult for them to make some of these really big and challenging decisions if they were not fully aware of the consequences of them and the situation that lies around them. There is a benefit in us making these decisions. We, at the very least, have all been sitting here for 4 years, and very many of us have been here for significantly longer. And that experience and that knowledge and that combined memory, I think, is an enormous strength in the way in which we are undertaking these conversations and these negotiations and this decision-making process. So I completely accept Keith's point. I completely accept the point of the opposition to say, shouldn't we have had elections? But I do think there's a balance, and as I've said throughout, there is a balance to be had around the benefit that we as a authority, the benefit that we as a county, the benefit that is derived for the 1.4 million residents we represent. How does that balance against the need for an election and the request for a postponement for a year? And the one thing that I will say, and I've said before, is that that postponement, I think, should only be for a year. Local government reorganisation is a process that will go on, and it will have an impact upon the longevity of each of the different councils upon which we sit. And there will be a point at which we might look at it and say, well, whichever council chamber you're in, would it be appropriate for us to hold an election if this body won't exist within a year? That will be a decision for that council at the time. No doubt we will have further conversations as the next 2 or 3 years go on about the appropriateness of different points. But at the end of the day, what we have in front of us at the moment is the fact that we agreed in January we would ask for that postponement. We have been granted it. There is a huge benefit, I think, in all of you sitting here applying your combined experience, your combined knowledge, and your combined intelligence. There you are, you're all intelligent. Yeah. Thanks. To what we have to do here. And so we are where we are. We need to make these decisions, and we need to make decisions that are in the best interests of all of our 1.4 million residents.
I've got no more councillors who wish to ask questions. I think I've been quite liberal in the type of questions we've been allowed. I think I might tighten things up a bit in terms of the fact that those that have asked a question about the next item on the agenda rather than the present one, obviously you've now had the answers to that, so you won't be asking them again. And I was particularly indulgent, I think, to the leader of the Liberal Democrats, allowing him a supplementary, and I got my knuckles rapped by the legal advisor who said that's really not on, so we won't allow any more of those. All right, okay, let's move on to the debate. And we start to check whether there are any amendments. Yes, Councillor Todd, I understand you're speaking on behalf of the whole group. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed I am. Mr. Chairman. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, the Chairman has referred to himself being quite liberal. I'm now going to be very liberal. I recognise, so the Liberal Democrat group recognises the pragmatism of proceeding with these plans. It will bring more local decision-making to our area. However, while this system was in the Labour Party manifesto and ended up with majority support at the general election, and we need to respect that,
Are you going to read out your amendment?
I can read out the amendment, or we can project it on the laser display screen.
Yeah, OK, we'll do that.
It's probably better because it's quite long and technical, and I'll refer to it in my comments. And I do have a seconder. It's Councillor Adams-King. So there you go. Yeah. And when I
Yes,
wave my arm,
we'll have it on the screen now.
We'll put it on the screen.
And then we know what we're actually discussing.
Okay. I'll tell you when we get to it. There it is. Oh, well, that's not very... Okay, well... yes. So, how far down the screen can you see? And what prescription would you like to have for your glasses? I probably better read it out. I'll read it out. There are two sections here that relate to two different parts of the appendix, and I will talk about them separately because I think it will be clearer that way when we get to them. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is the composition of the combined authority. Okay, so in Manchester, which is the model that's being used for the entire system, it consists of the mayor and 10 leaders. So it does have a diversity of voices on it. We have a system on the table that's proposed for the mayor and 5 leaders, and a surprisingly, I would say, thin structure. I mean, if you benchmark versus other countries, the governor of a land in Austria, a place I know because my wife is Austrian, has a parliament to hold them to account, not 4 council leaders. And actually, there is another model for how a strategic authority is held to account, which is the historic model of Hampshire. Because let's not forget that a lot of the powers that are being returned to the mayor are powers that were taken away from the county council in the first place. Strategic planning, fire, police, and a wide range of other things that we're talking about are things that historically were at the county council and then were taken away. Now, I'd like to talk about the amendment that I'm proposing for the section of question 11. And what I've asked for there is that within section 11 of the response, we delete the words "without voting rights," because the government's guidance makes it clear that that is an option that is open to us for non-constituent members. And it currently says, as an example, well, not as an example, as an IE rather than an EG of who those non-constituent members could be, police, health and Freeport, and I think it should be an EG, so we're not making the final decision, of district councils, police, health, Freeport and national parks. And I'd like to explain why that is. The governance that the government has put forward has really light representation for the population of Hampshire. There are 5 members of the authority. The Isle of Wight has a vote. Portsmouth and Southampton has a vote. Portsmouth has a vote. Southampton has a vote. The county, with 1.4 million residents, is nearly 10 times bigger than the Isle of Wight. And we have 2 votes. And that would mean that, for example, if you take our largest authority, Basingstoke, which is bigger than the Isle of Wight, it's effectively represented by 0.2 votes. And so I'm concerned, as we look at the governance, that we think about how we advocate for the representation of the northern part of the combined authority area, our part of the combined authority area. And one of the mechanisms that can be used within the legislation to address that gap is by appointing, by taking non-constituent members that are appointed by the constituent members and giving them a vote, which is an option for that governance. So one of the things that, for example, the county council could do is advocate for taking 2 district leaders, for example, and saying, in order to strengthen the representation in the rest of the county relative to the rest of the area, we're proposing that it be 2 district leaders or other county representatives and that they have a vote. And so the voting size goes from 6 to 8. And that is something that if we leave the terms and accept what's written at the moment, we preclude. And that's why I'm suggesting this amendment. I'm not saying that we should definitely do this. I'm just saying let's be really clear that we keep this in our armoury and we keep it as an option and that we have it as a discussion point going forward. And this point about representation of the North, you know, again, we need to think carefully about this at the moment. At the moment, we have a health system where the northern part of the county is as part of the Frimley area. Now, I realise there's discussions about changing that, but if I was a representative for that part of the county, I'd look at the three suggested roles that were being put in as an as an IE, the health, which would presumably mean the Hampshire ICB, and the Freeport, and I'd be going, well, hang on a minute. You know, the Solent is incredibly important. It's an absolute engine of our economy. It is an engine of the country's economy. But we do need to make sure that the whole area is represented. So this sort of technical amendment is just saying we're keeping those options open. We will advocate for those as needed in the next stage of the process. There are the other thing, and I haven't put this in amendment, so I'll just make this as a comment for Leader and Cabinet to think about tomorrow. You talked about the wide range of interests that we might want to have represented, including national parks, including business, including, I would add, districts, including police, etc., etc. One of the things to consider, I think, tomorrow in your response is whether 5 non-constituent members is enough, and whether we might need to ask for 6, 7, or 8. So that relates to the sort of first bit of the amendment. A comment on the election of a mayor. The Spectator once described me as the Martin Luther King of proportional representation, and it wasn't meant kindly. But I'm not going to be talking about that today, although it might be why I was chosen by my group to talk about the technicalities of devolution. I'm genuinely concerned, and I don't think this is something we can handle through our response to this consultation. I'm genuinely concerned that first past the post, which is a system that works very well when you have 2 large parties and there's nobody else really involved, really isn't going to work well when we have 4 or 5 equally sized parties in this election. I'm genuinely concerned that we could end up with a mayor that doesn't have democratic legitimacy, doesn't have majority support, even has minority support, with the majority of people actually opposed to them. And I think that would be a huge wasted opportunity for us if that happens. So my personal view is, actually you can't do this by proportional representation, because you're only electing one person. So unless you start dividing people up and having, you know, a bit of the Conservative and a bit of the, that's not going to work. So, but I do think we need the government to look at a system, whether it's the additional vote, supplementary vote, 2-stage vote. There are lots of ways of doing it. Lots of countries have dealt with this issue. But I do worry that we may end up with a mayor that doesn't have the consent and popular support, or even, doesn't have the popular support, but certainly may not even have the consent of the majority of people in the entire area. I recognise it's a parliamentary issue. I don't think it's particularly useful to put it in our response to government, but I did want to make clear that those are the views of the Liberal Democrat group. Just to move on briefly to the powers and duties of the mayor and the combined authority. I, like many, whether as district councillors, county councillors, other community representatives, I've been doing a lot of presentations to people about the powers of the mayor. And I have to say, although it's framed in terms of bringing powers down from government, which it does do to a degree, I'm continuously slightly almost embarrassed by the way in which so much, I'm kind of going, well, this used to be with the LEP and now it's with the county council, and in practice it's being transferred to the mayor. This is another area which, well, actually currently it's with the county council and now it's being transferred to the mayor. So there is a strong element in this where I don't think the balance is right in terms of what's being taken out of local government versus what's being transferred from central government. I recognise that we are in the situation we're in, and we need to bank the powers that we're being given. But it's the view of this group that it's clearly not enough. If I put it in absolutely brutal terms, and I know you're all going to agree with me on this, local government in the last 15 years has had its spending slashed and has continued to deliver. Central government has had its spending go through the roof and has failed to deliver. My obvious conclusion is that we need to return more locally because we are better at delivering than central government. The last thing I'd like to come to, because I think this does feed into the recommendations, and it comes back to the point that was raised by Councillor Wallace at the beginning of the meeting, which is this point, whereas I think we're going to have a hard time getting new powers out of government, I think a new duty, a new strategic opportunity is something that we can ask for. Because, you know, so taking the opportunity to say there are areas where you haven't gone far enough in terms of the strategic responsibilities of the combined authority. And the very obvious one, which was touched on by Councillor Wallace earlier, which has been requested by our climate groups here in the county, relates to climate change. If there is one area where a strategic authority, looking across everything, looking at how energy is generated, looking at how it's used, looking at what's happening in our ports, what's happening in our countryside, what's happening in the north, where that strategic view, transport, everything that's involved in decarbonisation can be really powerful, then I think it is the question of climate change. You could strengthen what's in there on the nature emergency as well, but that's already got quite a strong, coherent duty effectively sitting in there relating to local nature recovery plans. So the amendment, the second part of the amendment that I'd like to put forward, and I'm afraid this is quite a long one, because there's a 1,000-character limit, and I'd misunderstood. I had some input from the monitoring officer, and he said, section 15, it's got to be 1,000 characters, and I thought he meant take out 15 characters, so I re-edited the words that I have in here, but unfortunately it may not be enough. So in answer 15, which is the one that talks about the environment, the amendment, and I don't know if it's possible to put it up on the screen again, or, well, I mean, you won't be able to read it anyway, but the suggested change to the recommendation is to delegate authority, there we go, I test, to the Deputy Chief Executive and Director of Hampshire 2050 in consultation with the leader to amend the answer to 15 by including reference to a statutory duty for a climate strategy for the combined authority area. For example, by adding words to the effective edition below while remaining under the 1,000-character limit. And these words, as it turns out, probably would take us over that, but they express the intent of what I think it would be useful for us to say to government. So, as in other areas, there would be a significant advantages to putting in place a statutory duty for a climate strategy across the combined authority area. While the specific initiatives outlined in the environment and climate change paragraph of the consultation are very welcome, our experience is that there will be faster progress with a more explicit overall strategy for the combined authority area. So the intent is to say, let's ask for a bit more power from the centre, a bit more opportunity to drive a strategic approach, particularly on this absolutely vital issue. And that's the second part of the amendment. So summing up where we are as a group, a couple of minor changes that I think will be helpful, and I'm very grateful that the leader has agreed to second those proposals. I still don't think the governance is right, and the comments are made to hopefully give us more options to get that right in the next stage of process. and also make the appropriate requests to government in terms of what we ask for. And, you know, in theory, we could write a great big request for, you know, all the extra powers that we want. I don't think it would be particularly helpful. We need to bank what we've got. But in terms of climate change in particular, it is absolutely at the heart of what we're all strategically expressing at the county and districts around the county. And I think it's really important that we put it in there and make it clear that that is something that we want to make sure happens in the next stage of the process. So I think we will be supporting an amended version of this proposal, but recognise it's not perfect yet. We're starting a journey. We have a lot more that we need to do. We need more powers. We need a better system of governance that sits behind those powers. But we need to go through the next stage. We need to go through the gate. We need to keep going. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Thank you very much, Councillor Todd. Well explained, very detailed, but important subject. And I understand the leader is going to have his speech as a seconder in his wind-up. Is that correct? Thank you. I've got Councillor... Oh, sorry, yes.
Councillor Tree. Has he got something? Well, he's the next step. He's the opposition group.
Yeah, thank you. Are there any other amendments? Okay, let's move on to the debate from the floor. Councillor Reid.
Sorry. It should be Councillor Tree.
This is very much an instant response to an amendment that I wasn't aware of, but there is a danger, I think, in the wording that Councillor Todd has put forward. And I understand the reason why he's put forward, but there's a danger. And that is that this amendment, as it reads at the moment, says to me that there could be a number of appointed people to a comparatively small body. And those appointed people could represent the police or the national parks or the free ports and so on. And I've got no problem with them having a voice. The problem is, and Councillor Todd made this very eloquently, it's a comparatively small body. And if there are too many appointments with voting rights, the unelected proportion of the body could actually override the elected proportion of the body, and we end up with decisions being made by people who are not democratically accountable for the making of those decisions. There's a danger in the amendment, as I understand it, having just heard it instantly. Now, I'm not proposing to go wordsmithing in full council to say here is a different form of words. I understand what Councillor Todd is trying to do, but I hope that the Councillor Todd and the leader will hear the point that I'm making, that we should still have some mechanism by which the people who make decisions at the mayoral county combined authority level are democratically accountable. Okay, so there's the major point. The other point which I was going to make, and it's on the bottom of page 16, and I support this, the proposal for the mayoral county combined authority to have a spatial planning role and a greater investment in infrastructure should help local planning authorities approve additional housing sites, increasing housing supply, and in the longer term, helping to reduce homelessness. The implication of this change, and it's one that I speak of and I support actually, is that there is going to be a reintroduction of top-down planning, where big decisions are made on issues such as should there be 10,000 houses at Mitchell Devastation and things like that. They will be made at the mayoral county authority level and then passed down to the local planning authorities to control. Now, in one way, people will say, well, that goes against the national planning policy framework. The other side of the argument is that the national planning policy framework has put far too much power in the hands of the developers and axe grinders with solicitors. And I'd like to say to Mr. Kelly, I don't have any objection to solicitors. But that's the situation that we are in at the moment. So I just draw attention to that sentence, because I think it's an important one, and it's an important implication of the proposals that we're supporting today. Coming back to the amendment, I hope that the leader and Councillor Todd will consider the point I've made about ending up with a non-democratically accountable authority.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. I got a bit ahead of myself. I should have actually asked whether Councillor Tree, the leader of the Independent Group, has an amendment, and whether Councillor Taylor, the leader of the Labour Group, has an amendment. Thank you. And we can now move straight on to Councillor Huggins.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be brief and specifically on the Amendment B on climate strategy. First of all, thank you for Councillor Todd and Leader for bringing that amendment forward. First of all, I just want to say that we noted, obviously, the South East Climate Change Alliance open letter, which also has been widely submitted from 100 groups and 13 networks. It's really important that that amendment fits in with the framework that we had and the 1,000-word or characteristics that you've tried to pull it into. We also, across parties, unanimously supported the CAN bill motion that was brought to full council just the other week, where it does refer, obviously, to nature recovery duty, but also the devolved administration duty. So we welcome that. But I think it's really important, and we've heard from Councillor Wallace as well, that coordinated regional strategy of climate change is important when we look at our economy, our transport, strategic planning, and obviously the housing numbers, and also the distribution and sustainability of our energy. There is obviously a wider impact of that on our health and well-being. Also looking at our economy and the education and skills that we might need when we look at those anchors of educational institutions, our nature recovery, and obviously the improvement, strategic improvement of our water and air quality. So I will be supporting both amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Huggins. Councillor Collett.
Thank you, Chairman. Devolution, yes. Elected dictatorship, no. I'm delighted to see powers being brought back to the local, more local level anyway, from central government. Not at all delighted at one person being responsible, even though there will be the MCCA advising them, if I got the initials right. I go back to the original principles of democracy, go back to ancient Greece. It was the gathering of the town in the hall, where all people could put forward their voice and wisdom would come out of the discussion. And then it was recognised there are too many people around to do it that way, so you have to have representatives of those people. But you still need the diversity of views, all the different points of views in there, discussing the issues and coming to a wise decision at the end of it. We've moved further and further away from that in modern times, with single-party majorities being able to dictate everything in all sorts of contexts. And now we're moving towards a single person. We've got it with the Police and Crime Commissioner that replaced a police authority of 17 people. And now we're talking about an elected mayor. Chairman, I welcome devolution, but I don't welcome the model of a single person having all that power. It doesn't feel right to me at all, and I don't think you can call it democracy at all. Taking Councillor Reid's point, at least that person has democratic accountability, but only if you've got an electoral system that makes that democratic accountability real. The second point I wanted to cover, Chairman, is when we had the original letter from Jim McMahon on the 16th of December, he said that building blocks for local government reorganisation, which we'll come on to in a moment, needed to be districts, existing districts. But the subsequent letter he sent out, the appendix to that on the 5th of February that came to us, said existing district areas should be considered, the building blocks for your proposals, but where there is strong justification, more complex boundary changes will be considered. And the reason I mention this is because, for the same reason every time I've spoken on this, if there was a boundary down the middle of Winchester and half of Winchester was going to be in one area and half in the other, we would all say wrong, wouldn't we? We would all say Winchester all ought to be in one body. That exists in the Blackwater Valley and has done for time immemorial. I'll read just a few lines that came from a constituent of mine the other day. He said, "My family has been rooted in this area for centuries. In my lifetime, they've lived in the same estate here in Hart. My mum worked at Frimley Park Hospital in Surrey Heath. My dad worked for the army at Deepcut, also in Surrey Heath. I was born in Farnham at Waverley. We do our shopping in Fleet or Camberley in Surrey Heath, or now Bracknell Forest because of their new town centre. Aldershot in Rushmore has always been a destination for culture and entertainment with the West End Centre and the Prince's Hall." Chairman, the reason this is right to raise now is because the mayoral boundary that we are signing up to prevents a Blackwater Valley unitary authority, which I very strongly object to, and I cannot support the recommendations today. My biggest disappointment is that I haven't heard other councillors from the Blackwater Valley, the northeast of the county, standing up and defending our area and fighting for what should happen. It would need a change in the police and fire areas to be coterminous. I appreciate that, and there could be debate over which, but we're just accepting that we're going to be ridden all over again, just as we have in the past, and the division in our community that prevents strategic organisation will continue for the next generation. Chairman, I can't accept that. I believe it's betraying my constituents, and therefore I will be voting against the proposals today.
Thank you, Councillor Collett. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say I'm happy with the consultation response as is. I'm happy with the amendments. This is, after all, only a consultation response, and so therefore I'm happy with all of that. I'd just like to issue a point of correction. Not all of the north is under Frimley ICB. Basingstoke and Deane, which you might like to think is the majority of the north, is in fact under the Hampshire and Isle of Wight. And it is because it is under the Hampshire and Isle of Wight, and both Councillor Reid and I are on HASC and have a lot of dealings with the Hampshire and Isle of Wight ICB, that I recognise and share his concern about non-elected bodies having too great a say. So I'd just like to make that correction, if I may, and highlight the dangers that he has said. Otherwise, I'm absolutely happy to continue.
I think we've noted the comment from the floor. I think it's best description of that. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you. Just wanted to kind of emphasise some of the points that have been made before. England has one of the most centralised power structures of any country in the world. So whilst I welcome the devolution of powers from Westminster, I remain concerned about a solution that puts a single elected person at the centre of this, will take democracy further away from our residents. The Strategic Authority will have new regional duties and powers in funding and investment, transport and local infrastructure, skills and employment, housing development, economic development, environment and climate change, health and well-being and public safety. I can see why devolution of power appeals. The idea that we get more power into our region is appealing. However, questions need asked about the proposed method for how this power is passed down to the regions. Hampshire and the Solent region has a population greater than that of Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland has a legislative assembly of 90 democratically elected members. Hampshire and the Solent region will have an economy that is similar in size to Wales. Wales has a parliament, the Senedd, with 60 democratically elected members. The devolution proposal put before us is not a move to an assembly, but rather a single elected mayor. A mayor who will be in post for 4 years, irrespective of how well or how badly they do their job. A mayor who, unlike current council leaders or indeed even the Prime Minister, cannot be removed partway through their term, even if that individual starts going off the rails. Other local authorities recently abolished the position of city mayor in part over concerns that it put too much power into the hands of one individual. And yet here we are running headlong in that direction. We live in a time of rising dissatisfaction with democracy. A recent report found that dissatisfied, frustrated and let down were the most common words used in summing up how people feel about the UK's democracy today. Devolution of power from Westminster is an opportunity to change that. It's an opportunity to bring decisions that really affect local residents closer to them. However, it risks being an opportunity missed. Whilst the proposed devolution approach will bring decisions geographically closer to our residents, the proposed approach risks moving democratic representation further away. A single elected official for 2.1 million people with no assembly and key decisions being made by civil servants is not improving democratic representation. In fact, it is the complete opposite. I hope that the administration will consider reflecting these concerns in the Council's response to the government's devolution consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chairman. This is really in response to Councillor Collett's comments, because about 20 years ago, not fairly hazy about the exact number, along with former Councillor Peter Hutchison from this parish, I was on the Blackwater Valley Working Party, and it was a group of councillors across the piece from all the different authorities, including the Surrey County Council, to look at how we could do something sensible for the Blackwater Valley. And we all agreed that it made an awful lot of sense for us to cross the boundaries, have a joint authority covering the Blackwater Valley to recognise the realities of what's going on the ground. And I was all in favour of that. I was the vice chairman of the group. I suspect, since it hasn't met since that time, I'm still vice chairman of the group, although you could argue that point. That's one for the CV if I want to impress somebody. But there are practicalities, Chairman. And the reality is that the government has given us rules by which we have to abide. And one of those rules is we can't cross boundaries. And therefore, if we want to take advantage of the opportunity in front of us now to have a mayoral authority, we have to accept the reality of those sometimes historic boundaries. It's not ideal. I don't like it, but that is reality, and I have to recognise the reality of how we move forward. So I will be supporting this entirely, including the very thoughtful amendments from Councillor Todd as to how we move forward pragmatically to get a real result for Hampshire. It may not be the ideal we would all want. I suspect it probably isn't the reality that any of us actually want in its entirety. But it is the best available option for us going forward, and I'm going to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Groves.
Thank you, Chair. Like others, I'm very concerned about the loss of democracy with this proposal and also insufficient scrutiny. I think the points have been well made that we're going away from democracy, we're going away from localism towards a more centralised, individualistic approach rather than scrutiny by, for example, the people in this room for the 1.4 million residents of Hampshire. Just question 11, the response at the moment says the voting arrangements are appropriate. In my opinion, they're not appropriate the way it's written in the consultation. I've asked the question about what happens for a tie in the votes. The actual word says the consultation simple majority in favour, i.e. 4 out of 6, including the mayor. It doesn't address what happens if there's just a 3-3 result with that. The third point is the proposed, I think, one also in question 11, we've said in the proposal, the proposed committee structure is appropriate. At least one scrutiny committee and one audit committee is all the proposal says. That's not enough. I think we need to say what scrutiny is required if we're to go forward. And at the moment we have I don't know how many scrutiny committees we've got in this council, but it's probably about half a dozen or so. Shouldn't we be at least replicating that in how the mayor is scrutinised? I'm also very concerned about tying in with local counties, as Councillor Collett has raised that point in the Blackwater Valley area. I think we have similar issues in Sussex, for example, with the Havant area, where there's a lot of local transport, also with BCP and Dorset, where, you know, we're concerned about the New Forest and that area, and of course Berkshire also with the Blackwater Valley. So I think that sort of issue is not addressed well enough, and I think it needs to be. So as it stands at the moment, I'm not in favour of the proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Glenn.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I wasn't actually going to speak, but I really have to. Can you... You can't win in this group, can you, Chairman? But I felt the need to say something when Councillor Collett stood up and talked about the Blackwater Valley and said that he hadn't heard much from local councillors. And I'm actually very grateful to my colleague behind me, Councillor Parker, for actually saying what he said, because what both of them said is actually right. If I might say, at the turn of the century, when I was on the cabinet, that's the fact of the life, okay, when I shared cabinet position with my good friend Michael Woodall, he was deputy leader in those days on the county council, our alderman, and please welcome. My job was to represent the county council on SERA, which was the South East of England Regional Assembly, and also I chaired the sub-region, which was the Whitewater. The sub-region was the entry to London. Western Corridor, it was called in those days. Now, these were heavy days when we were actually talking about really serious things about how cities and towns should join up, how we should improve certain roads, and how we would improve the quality of life for all our residents. And that was actually a prime move led by the county to do that. And it was very much an important thing that I had discussed. So I totally accept. The Blackwater Valley, in fact, was a very well-organized informal sub-region in those days, which included North Hampshire, Surrey, and Berkshire. And it worked very well on an informal basis. And of course, it got wiped away when it was decided that regionalisation was out and the old system was back in again. So I do actually applaud Councillor Collett for mentioning this, and I thank Councillor Parker for telling us the facts of life. I accept the fact that we don't have the powers in the current proposals to recommend the changes of boundaries. I accept that. But maybe when we move into the brave new world of the unitary status, the bigger organisation may well do well to incorporate this sort of thinking into the work that they do. So I finish on that. I am comfortable with Councillor Todd's amendment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Glenn. Councillor Porter.
Thank you. I too share a little bit of a lot of the concern. Parliament makes a huge effort through the Boundary Commission to ensure that each vote counts the same in parliamentary elections, in parliamentary constituencies. And as a result, we have a great deal of take-up because people feel that that's relevant in this country. And although that's declining in Hampshire, we still have good rates of engagement on that. As this process works towards unitaries and the Council of Mayors and Regions, this situation for local government voting will worsen. Each person's local vote will have a different weight in national decision-making, and it's been highlighted in Councillor Todd's comments. So it's important that the mayoral authority will include elected representatives, but I do also share the concerns about adding in non-elected groups, but recognise that these need a voice. So although I do share Councillor Reid's concern about the fact of including them, I do think, though, that it needs to be part of our comment back to government, because it needs to be part of the debate that's taken forward. I also want to just highlight, really, as the Mayor takes responsibility for these strategic issues, and that Mayor goes and joins the Council of Mayors and Regions, this doesn't really discuss how the voice of our MPs feeds into the democracy locally. And I think that that's an important point that we perhaps can follow through in the next phase rather than in this one. But I do support Councillor Todd's amendment and appreciate Councillor Adams-King's supporting of it. But I do think that there's a little bit more work to do as an organisation to work out how we'd include non-elected organisations as part of that decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Councillor Cooper, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to draw attention to a corner of Hampshire which Councillor Collett has highlighted. It is where the three counties come together in one small part of Hampshire, and that is Berkshire, Surrey and Hampshire. And whilst I have sympathy in what Councillor Collett has said, on the table at this moment in time, as Councillor Stephen Parker mentioned, is not a Blackwater Valley or the potential for a Blackwater Valley authority. What's on the table is what the government have given us, and that at the moment is the best option. Who's to say in the future what might be available when there is a potential change of national government? It could all be up for renegotiation at that point. At this moment in time, what's on the table is probably the best option for Hampshire, and is incumbent on all of the northern powerhouses, I like to refer to the area, county councillors, to stand up and fight our corner for North East Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. I've got no other speakers from the floor.
Councillor Davies does, but I can't get him to press his button.
Sorry, Councillor Davies.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to make 4 points. The first point is I fully support the comments made by Councillor Collett. There's a large area of our county which naturally belongs with southwest Surrey and southeast Berkshire. The point is that this proposal's brought to us by HM government actually doesn't allow us an awful lot of flexibility. Frankly, it's the sort of thing that I would expect a first-year undergraduate politics student facing an essay crisis to produce in the early hours of the morning. The boundaries are ridiculous. It's not just the Blackwater Valley. I mean, for example, Ludgershall, which currently is in Wiltshire, is obviously an outspin of Andover. The second thing is, I'd like to support the comment made about by Councillor Reid about non-elected representatives on the combined authority. You know, I mean, I personally have a real problem with that. If you look at, for example, we have 2 unelected bodies in this area, both the national park authorities. I don't understand, you know, they have no democratic legitimacy whatsoever, and I don't want them having anything to do with the combined authority. The third point I would make is that most people, if you're going out into the street, most people have a reasonably good idea as to what is local government and what is national government. As to which bit of local government does what, they haven't got the foggiest idea, and frankly, why would they have the foggiest idea? When I'm going around knocking on doors, frequently people ask me to do things that are actually responsibility of the local district council. I never say to them, no, that's a district council, I'm not going to do with it. What I actually say is that's a district council matter, but I know the district council and I will speak with them and make sure that something gets done. And if not, I will actually speak directly with the chief executive of my local district council in order to get things done. The third thing, the last point I'd make is we seem to be discussing some form of local government reorganisation ever since I have been elected to this body. But one body that seems to have disappeared from any consideration whatsoever is BCP. And again, I mean, one asks oneself, is this because the actual framework that we are discussing has been so framed in that we cannot even contemplate moving across boundaries? Up until 1974, the bulk of BCP was part of Hampshire. But why are we not allowed to discuss it? Well, it's because it's the essay crisis that some grubby little intern at the Ministry of Local Government has produced in the early hours of the morning. That's really all I've got to say. I mean, I will be voting in favour of the motion, but I have to say I have serious concerns. Last time local government was looked at in any detail at all nationally was when the Royal Commission reported in 1972. That, as I'm sure Councillor Collett, Councillor Glenn and Councillor Parker will recall, was actually suggested there ought to be a Blackwater Valley Authority. Seems to have disappeared. Again, grubby little interns producing overnight essay crisis proposals. But what can one do? We're stuck with this, and we're going to have to do the best we can in the circumstances. The best we can do in the circumstances is, whilst it would be nice to imagine that a new government would actually re-look at it, frankly, any new government is going to have a lot on its plate without thinking about local government reorganisation yet again.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Slightly borderline remarks. The leader, Councillor Nick Adams-Key, to wind up the debate.
Thank you, Chairman. So I start with an apology to the staff of MHCLG. I can say that we don't all agree with those last comments about their staff. I understand that a point was attempted to be made, but you shouldn't really be making those kind of comments about people who work extraordinarily hard to deliver for all of us. But I think there's an important point there around two things in the comments that Tim has made. The first is that we inevitably work within boundaries that are set, and those boundaries are historic. And whilst we might like the boundaries of Hampshire to be different, and I think the fact that the Blackwater Valley exists, or that Ludgershall spills across two different counties, or indeed that I represent the village of a large part of the village of West Dean that's actually in Wiltshire, and so all of those people are residents of West Titherley parish, the village of which is about 4 miles distant, is just a fact of history. Our boundaries have been set for 50 years, and indeed in the areas of the county that we're discussing, those boundaries have been set for much, much longer. And probably the fact that we represent communities that are split along them has got more to do with the fact that our predecessors chose to do the development that was most likely unpopular in their own patch along the boundary, so that they didn't upset at least 50% of the people alongside whom they were developing it. I think the point to remember with BCP, however, is that BCP had a choice of whether they wished to join this combined authority bid or not. They were encouraged to do so by myself and by my colleagues in Southampton and Portsmouth and the Isle of Wight. They held a debate in their council chamber in January, and they chose to join Dorset, Wiltshire and Somerset instead. Not by a big margin, but that's what they chose to do. And it is a fact of democracy that that's what they've decided to do. And that point about democracy does come back to, I think, the point that both Stephen raised and Jackie and others, which is around the fact that I think there is no sense in Martin's, or I don't think there's any intention from Martin's amendment that voting rights should necessarily be conferred upon those that don't have a democratic mandate. I think it's part of the wording that could be improved. I hope you'll accept the goodwill in the sense of us saying that's something about which we need to look. I understand entirely the concerns that have been raised by colleagues, and I think if you are happy to just trust us to make sure that we make that nuance clear, then I will ensure that we do so. Jonathan raises the really good point about the need to cooperate across boundary, and indeed I hope that that is something that the combined authorities will be able to do, because there is no reason why a combined authority and a mayor should not cooperate with their neighbours and have strategies that accord and meet with those priorities in neighbouring authorities to ensure that they are delivering benefits to the whole of an area. And that's where I think it comes back to Adrian's point about the Blackwater Valley, that would be a useful thing to do. Tim's point about scrutiny, I think, is a fair and important one around the fact that at the moment we don't know how scrutiny will work. But we are in a place where there is an awful lot of this that has yet to be negotiated. There's an awful lot of this that has yet to be understood fully once we begin to get the details back from government. In previous iterations of combined authorities and devolution, there has been an active negotiation that has taken place. And indeed, that is the position for which we were preparing when we prepared the ASKS document between the 4 upper tier authorities last year, when we put our initial expression of interest in September, and that's where we thought we would be. We're not in that place. The government have chosen, as a consequence of their manifesto commitment, to bring forward the white paper and to ask us all to work to a template within which they are currently working. So we're working within that. We know that they like the document that we've given them that tries to expand upon the areas that we're currently discussing, and they've also expressed a desire to start talking to the mayor and to the combined authority once established to begin to expand those powers. But I think the important point about that in terms of how we look at scrutiny is not to do 2 things. Number one, we don't want to make an industry out of it in its own right. You know, at the end of the day, we don't need more governance. The important thing is that we are bringing government decisions from Westminster down to a more local level. There is a framework they've given us to do it. We need to work within that. We need to make sure that it works for us. But we also, and the second point is that we don't want to undermine the legitimacy of whatever councils are sending their representatives to sit on that combined authority, and the ability for those councils to scrutinise what the combined authority representatives are deciding on their behalf. So there is a cascade of democracy there that needs to be taken into account. And it comes back to Stephen's point entirely around pragmatism. And we need to be pragmatic about this. We need to understand where we are. And for that reason, I have to disagree a little bit with Malcolm, because I think it is an issue whereby, in order for us to obtain that greater sense of local decision-making through devolution, we have to accept this framework at the current time. There's no reason why we shouldn't in the future ask for it to be changed, but this is what is on the table, and it is better for us to accept this system than to consider the to reject it simply because we don't like the fact that we're being asked to use a mayoral system. I think Kim's point about the ICB is one well made. And I'm grateful to you for your support. Zoe's point about climate being an important part of this, I think, is really well made. We have seen the really excellent response from the Climate Action Network, and I think that we are happy to take that into account. Our problem is the number of characters, and that's why, whilst we'd love to put more into our response to be able to expand upon this, we are constrained by the form. It's one of those online things that you've got to fit everything in, and I can see us using AI to try and get down to 1,000 characters for all the different things that we wish to say around that. So it comes back to the proposal that Martin has very pragmatically put forward. I think that I knew there was another reason why we got on so well. My A-level politics project was on electoral systems, so I could probably talk to you a long time about those as well. I also quite possibly shocked a number of members of my group by admitting to this, but I also voted yes in the 2011 referendum. And I also voted Remain. So there are two lessons from that. Number one, never follow me in a referendum because I lose. And the second lesson is we lost both of those choices that we as a nation made. And I accept the fact that we lost, and I accept the fact that we have the system that we have. And it is therefore, whilst it would be, for those that would be proponents of different electoral systems, it's great to begin to think about how we might be able to influence that. It's not on the table. It's not something that we as a nation have chosen. And I accept the fact with both of those choices that I was on the losing side, and we make the best of what we have got in terms of how we go forward. So I commend the amendments to you. I hope you'll support those. I then commend the amended recommendation to you. I hope you will support those. And having made those two admissions to my group, it's been lovely being your leader. And I'll say goodbye in May. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, it's time now to approve or not the recommendation. First of all, can I have a show of hands or agreement to the amendment being incorporated in the original proposal? Okay, that's carried. And secondly, with the amendment incorporated, are you in favour of the recommendation on page 3 and also on page 4 of the order paper? Show of hands again. All in favour? Anybody against? And that is carried. Okay. Let's move on to item 5. English Devolution White Paper, Local Government Reorganisation. Councillor Adams-King, once again.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. I'll be very brief with the introduction to this one. We have been in the process of negotiating, as required by government, our plans for local government reorganisation. It is a tricky and challenging job. At the end of the day, you will see from the papers that we have in front of us, our responsibility as the body that looks after the vast majority of those people who are vulnerable and in most need of help in our county is one that is both expensive, extensive, and weighs heavy on us all. That is the point that I have always kept with me in the conversations that we've been having. Inevitably, I think there will be different versions of how we want to take this forward once we begin to actually think about boundaries and the different formats that we take. For me, the most important thing is going to be that those new councils that are created, as I've said already, are sustainable and are able to be self-reliant and resilient going forward. That's essential for the people they will serve. This is the beginning of a long journey. I think the principles that we have set out in the proposal that is being submitted on behalf of all 15 councils are good and sound ones. They will guide us well as we go forward. There will inevitably be differences of opinion around what that eventual map looks like, and there will be, no doubt, plenty of conversation to be had around whether the building blocks are entire districts or parts of districts and how that process is undertaken. I'm grateful to all of my colleagues who are leaders of the district and borough councils of the 3 unitaries as well. Our conversations have been pleasant, occasionally robust, but collegiate, and we have reached a point where I think we are all happy and we're all supportive of this initial submission. the government, there was some mention made of Minister McMahon in the last bit of the debate. It has been, he has, I think, to be fair, been engaging and helpful and has worked hard to bring these proposals forward, and he has had, no doubt, endless conversations with people like ourselves around what happens. I do wish that he'd stop making speeches, because when he makes a speech, it seems that all of the proposals change yet again in terms of where the different lines lie. So it would be good to get this document submitted. It would be even better to get very clear answers out of MHCLG, because I hope that's what they will give us, because that will give us the framework within which we work. Once we have that, then we can begin to really look at which proposals we should consider and those that we might not be able to support. So, Mr. Chairman, I commend the paper to you. I think it is a strong and useful summary of where we are. It gives you a good sense of the responsibilities that lie upon us in the decisions that we need to make. The final thing I would say is, can we please now stop using the word devolution in any of the conversation that we now have, because the press and the public are getting very confused that devolution, the bit that we've just discussed and agreed, is the same as local government reorganisation, which it is not. We're now talking about local government reorganisation and the changes to the council structure in Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. We've now got questions to the Leader before we go on to the debate. Councillor House.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't enthusiastic. No questions.
Councillor Collett.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, mine are questions. I have two questions. The first one, on page 39 and 40, paragraph 61, it says, the PwC report demonstrates that potential benefits could be achieved, and then it lists a number underneath that, and over on the next page, one of those benefits listed is having fewer councillors, which means if people want help from their councillor, they're going to be more overworked and more difficult to get hold of. Does the Leader agree with me that that might be seen as a benefit by PwC, but it's not a benefit we would necessarily agree with?
Leader.
Adrian, I would always agree that it's a benefit to have councillors, of course I would. But at the end of the day, it's not just a matter of PwC considering this, it's the government as well, because one of the views that they have is that by reducing the two-tier system into one, inevitably the number of councillors is decreased. And they see that as one of the savings that I have to say is an absolute drop in the ocean in terms of the kind of savings that they would need to make to be able to make any of a dent in the costs that we have to face.
Thank you, Chairman. My second question. Or will I come back later?
Sorry, I thought, yes, by all means.
Thank you, Chairman. I did say I had two questions.
Yeah, my mistake.
Very clearly. Thank you, it's on now. The second question relates to page 34. Actually, I think it might be page 33, but don't worry. It's where it says that 86% of local government services are provided by the county council, which is a figure that I assume is based on what we spend. But the perspective from a member of the public might not be the same. Would the Leader agree with me that actually using a figure like that is rather antagonistic when we're trying to negotiate agreement with the district councils on the way forward? Because in my road, the district council come around every week and empty the bins, but we don't see the county council doing something every week. It's all about perspective, and that's a rather aggressive statistic to be throwing at people.
Leader.
No, I don't agree. And the reason I don't agree is that you probably don't see the county council operating in your road, because you may not necessarily see the fact that people are calling on your neighbours who are in need of care, that social workers are checking on the health and the well-being of both other residents or children in the road. At the end of the day, there are various different measures by which you can measure the impact and extent of local government. And it is undoubtedly the fact that we operate across the entire area, both financially and in terms of the amount of input that our employees have, at a rate that is far greater than those of the other councils that are part of our structure. That in no way denigrates what they do. And they are, in many cases, as a consequence of things like bin collections and planning, often more present in people's lives directly than we might be, except for the fact that, remember that if your children, the children in your road, Adrian, are educated, they're educated in schools that are either run by or overseen by the county council. And so I think often that 86% of service goes unseen, frankly, and that is something that we're trying to remind people of. At the end of the day, our reach and our influence, if we weren't there, then you would certainly notice it very quickly indeed.
Just to clarify, I'm not saying 86% isn't true. I'm saying it's an aggressive statement to keep putting out because it gives the impression that we don't think the districts do very much. And we actually need to get agreement on the way forward.
I think you've made your point, Councillor Collett. Councillor Davies. Councillor Tim Davies.
Thank you, Chair. When one looks through the paper presented by the Chief Executive, there's a strong suggestion that it favours a 3 mainland of unitary. And yet I'm aware that the 3 northern districts, that's to say Basingstoke, Dean, Hart and Rushmore, have had extensive discussions. And that, so far as I'm aware, although I'm open to being corrected on this, no discussions between those 3 and the presumably what would be left, which will be Winchester, East Hampshire and Test Valley, have been entered into. Can one, is this the case?
Leader.
The short answer is I don't know. I'm afraid, Tim. At the end of the day, no doubt there have been lots of conversations going on between different districts and boroughs. The principle by which I think we must absolutely adhere is that no matter what those boundaries look like, we need to ensure that whatever comes next is sustainable. And whilst there might be some very good arguments to create 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 different unitary authorities in Hampshire, then they must be able to deliver their services in a sustainable and a resilient and a self-sufficient way. And until such time as we have properly done that work that is using the actual figures that apply to Hampshire objectively and transparently, we won't know what those potential arguments might be. And there will be different interpretations of what the best solution might be, and there will be inevitably the conversation to be had around the quality of service, the sustainability of services, and the sense of place and commonality of area. And that is for the next stage and for those different conversations, those different areas to be considered. And until such time as we have that conversation, we can't decide, I think, where boundaries should lie at all.
Councillor Grove.
A couple of questions on clarification on the recommendations. Recommendation 3A, it says, I think, if I've quoted it correctly, it is recommended that the County Council recommends that Cabinet agrees the capacity in which current and future decisions are taken in respect of local government reorganisation represent all the people within the county electoral divisions. I don't understand that or what that is getting at, so I'd appreciate clarification. And the second one, recommendation 4F, we want to ensure equity of representation in a future mayoral combined authority. I'd like clarification on what that means, please. Thank you.
Leader.
Yeah, Tim, very simply, the first one about representing everybody in the electoral divisions is that the 78 of us here cover 100% of the population of the area that the county council covers. So it's about everybody. The second part, 4F, is around the fact that we need to have a mind to how that combined authority that we've just been discussing will work under the new structures. And if you are looking at the ways by which you then create representation to that, we have to consider what that will look like within whatever structures are created. So it's an aid memoir to us not to forget that at the moment we have a particular set of criteria that we are being asked to consider under the existing structure. There'll be a new structure. We need to make sure that the representation there is equitable when that is established.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Some authorities in their council papers have deviated from the combined and agreed letter that will be sent tomorrow. Can I ask, if any, what impacts this would have on undermining the combined and green letter from the letter from the 15 different councils? Can I also ask for a commitment that the county will not join some of the rebel councils, especially in the view of centring new mainland authorities around the 4 particular areas, Winchester, Basingstoke, Southampton and Portsmouth, including a commitment, for instance, of saying, sending sort of separate letters, i.e. next week, with different views to that combined letter?
So, Jonathan, I think, to be fair, I don't think anybody has diverted from the agreed letter. I'm unaware of anyone doing that. The council papers attached to each of the different recommendations that are being put, where they are being put to councils or cabinets in order for that submission to be made, may give various views, and it is not within our power to stop any of our colleagues deciding that next week they'd like to submit a different letter to the government making a case for their preferred geography or their preferred, the way they'd prefer to establish things. It's not my job to tell them what to do. I would hope that they won't. I would hope that they will stay within the framework that we have established, which has worked really well so far. If they do that, then that'll be a shame in my view, and I think they'll probably be called out by their colleagues, and certainly it's not something that we will be doing as a county council. I stick to that point that says sustainable and self-reliant and resilient going forward.
Councillor Todd.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a simple question, which is the finances that are laid out in paragraph 127, which talk about the financial gap, the budget gap that the council face, is explained in terms of 1 year of 136 million. And in paragraph 85, which talks about the potential savings from creating a 2-authority council in Hampshire, so presumably combining Portsmouth and Southampton, what's next? Combining Arsenal and Spurs into one council. But anyway, talks about saving 112 million in 5 years. So my question is, what's the budget gap in 5 years? So just so we understand the scale of problem that we're dealing with and whether this has any significant impact on solving it.
Leader.
I need to refer to the Chief Financial Officer to answer that question for you, Councillor Todd.
So we don't do forecasts that far out, given our financial position, but as I said to you earlier, I think if you work on the basis that we would have a minimum additional gap of, say, £50 million, at least £50 million every year, then over that 5-year period, you're up to an extra 250 million. Per year on top of the 136.
My rough calculation on that basis, just for clarification, be useful to have it clear so that we know we're all in the same place, is that the budget gap
is 1.2 billion that we're talking about over a 5-year period. So when we talk about the most extreme savings, delivering 112 million in 5 years, there's a budget gap of 1.2 billion in 5 years, with that assumption of 136 million as the base figure, and then that gap expanding by 50 million a year.
So just to be clear, you're taking the cumulative gap each year and adding that together, as I think the table does. Clearly, we don't end up with a 1.2 billion recurring gap by that time. But if on the same basis as that table, then yes, I think that's about right.
So I'm sorry, just for clarification. So I have done these figures. I've had a conversation beforehand. The cumulative saving in 5 years on the most ambitious figure put forward by PwC is cumulatively in 5 years we save 112 million. The estimate that we've just heard is that cumulatively in 5 years we have a budget gap of 1.2 billion, and that the gap that we would be needing to deal with on that basis is 336 million pounds a year, so that the 5-year saving doesn't even cover a third of the budget gap that we will face at the end of that period. Is that correct understanding? Thank you.
If I can just interject, before we see the figure in the press tomorrow saying Hampshire has a budget gap of 1.2 billion, that assumes nothing changes. And as we know from at the moment with international relations, one evening is a long time in politics, let alone a year or a week or 5 years. And that assumes nothing changes. So whilst I'm grateful to Rob for clarifying that, and I'm grateful to you, Martin, for asking the question, because I think it talks to that point about, are we talking about sustainability, or are we talking about least unsustainable when we begin to look at the detail of this? It also makes a number of assumptions that nothing at all changes in what we all do, and there are very many different factors that could well change over that 5-year period with this new structure, not least, most importantly, the culmination of the government's review of social care, which, if there is a challenge that any government is going to need to address, it is that. And so staying on our current course, that's where we end up. It is not possible that we can, it surely can't be possible that any government would be so remiss that they leave us in that situation.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm in danger of adding even more confusion to the financial question, because I did hear carefully that the leader referred to the need for financial and operational sustainability going forward. And that seems to me the key question. So given the current circumstances that we're in with national finance and so on, how would the residents of Hampshire benefit from the 4 mainland unitary option that would not deliver financial savings, would cost more than the current arrangements, and be unable to recover implementation costs over the medium and long term? Thank you.
Leader. I should write.
So again, I think, Alex, I just have to come back to that point about the fact that we need to do our work diligently. We need to look at the actual cost with using our data. We have an indication that says that this is so far of the various options that might be considered, this is the more unitaries you create, the less sustainable they become and the less you begin to save from that. There are opinions that are different to that. I accept that, but ultimately It is important that we stick to the principles that we're establishing here, both those that we have agreed as a group of 15, and that we adhere to as a county council in making that assessment of what will be the best option at the end of the day. So there is still much work to be done. There is still much that is yet to be worked out and discovered. You know, what concerns me a little bit is that there is a rush, rather in the question that Tim just asked, there is a rush to establish areas already. And in doing that, that's done from a point of not properly understanding the financial implications of putting those areas together. And it's not just about the financial implication on that particular locality or that particular boundary, it's about the financial implications for the rest of the piece as well. And so thereby lies the challenge that we all have. And you will know as well as I do in terms of your role in Rushmore as the finance portfolio holder there, as to the kind of implications of how this works and what the different challenges are. So we need to stick together, we need to remain transparent, and we need to absolutely maintain that principle that we share information openly, that we make an assessment based upon the local need and the local cost, and that we come up with the best proposals that serve all of our residents.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Chairman. In this report, we're not yet putting forward a preferred option to government for the number of unitary authorities on the mainland. The consultants, KPMG, have come up with graphs and data and the idea of 2, 3 or 4 unitaries on the mainland. I feel like I could have come up with that myself. Does the leader think that we should or could be further on with our decision making at this stage? Secondly, the 3 unitaries appears, as Councillor Davis said, to be the obvious future preferred option. And I just really wonder what the purpose of submitting this report was. And I think the public might also wonder if they read it. Also, are other councils on the priority list putting in similar reports with options like this at this stage, or are they further on in the process? And I just wonder if there's a danger that we're not actually moving fast enough in the process. Do we actually need to delay the next response to November, for example? My concern is that this important process may stall or be stalled, as previous attempts have also done.
Leader.
There are a couple of different questions in there, Fran. The first thing I would say is that we are not proposing any number of unitaries, before the answer being exactly related to that which I've just answered, the answer I gave Alex, which is about making sure that we have carried out our assessment objectively and diligently in terms of working out what the financial impact of the different proposals might be. We are in a different place to other areas on the priority programme, and we are in a different place as a consequence of the different geography and the different relationships that we have. For example, there are, as far as I'm aware, there are no other priority programme areas that are combining as many councils as we are, both by way of districts and boroughs, but also by the way of having a county plus county and district and borough area included alongside 3 different unitaries. Nobody else has got an island. And there are some areas that it is much more straightforward for them to consider how they might look at their governance, because, for example, if you look at East Sussex, then creation of a single East Sussex Council is entirely possible within the remit that they've been given by government and the guidelines that they've been given because of their population and the number of districts and boroughs that they have. So we're in different places. The most similar to us is Essex. They have put in a proposal that talks about various areas, but I think, to be fair, that is a conversation that they have been having for a little while now, whereas ours only started at in the middle of January. Sorry, at the beginning of February, rather. So, you know, we have not had long to come up with these proposals. There is certainly a risk in the sense that if we're asking for more time, then it may be deemed by the government that we're not moving as quickly as they would like, and they may start either pushing us or even suggesting answers to us. I can't say whether that would or would not be the case, but I think it comes back to that issue of balance. And there is a balance around having the time to do this properly and professionally and diligently, and and alongside that work, there is also the need to make sure that we have properly communicated and consulted with the residents of Hampshire so that they understand what the implications of any changes are. And that becomes even more important if the government are saying to us, yes, you can consider changing the boundaries of the existing districts and boroughs in creating the building blocks for whatever the new councils will look like.
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is more about housekeeping rather than billions, and it relates to paragraph 105, which is the timetable. When I was elected in 2021, for the nth time, I was expecting a 4-year term. Now, we have here the fact that we're going to have the mayoral elections in 26, and we're going to have the shadow elections for the unitaries in 27. And then it only says that in 28 will the unitary authorities be up and running. How long then am I expected to serve as a county councillor, bearing in mind that we've got the current year coming up, and then the 26th year coming up, and then we're not actually going to have a unitary authority up and running until 27, 28. So can someone please tell me how much longer I have to attend this chamber, please?
Leader.
I'm sure the residents of Romsey Town will look forward to you being their representative for as long as they need you. The even shorter answer is, Mark, I'm really sorry, I don't know. But at the end of the day, as you've heard me say already in this debate on the earlier item, we've postponed the elections for a year, and I see no reason why they would need to be postponed again, even if this council were only then to exist for a further 2 years after those elections have been carried out. So I think for me, there is a real concern about extending the life of a council by 50% of its original term. A short delay of 1 year is acceptable for the benefit we receive. Beyond that, then I think there still needs to be an election in order for us to have the democratic legitimacy to be able to continue with that negotiation as time goes on.
Councillor Glenn.
Thank you once again, Chairman. I'd be also grateful to the previous councillor for speaking, for creating some light relief before I get up again. We're living in a period of a lot of pressure, and we have to work extremely fast these days. There's definitely a sea change going on in the way we work, and it's very easy to use the wrong language. Therefore, I'd like to say that in the paper before us, it was mentioned earlier that a councillor considered the report to show a favour or a bias in a particular way. I have read this report, and I see no bias, and I would like to stand up and say, probably on behalf of us all, that I am grateful to the Chief Executive for the report that we've got. That is my first comment. The second one is regarding stalling. As far as I'm concerned, this is going to be a very difficult process.
Councillor Glenn?
A very difficult process for us to go through.
Is this a question?
Oh, good point. I'll wait for the debate. I'm so sorry, Chairman.
That's all right.
I think my first point stands, though. Wouldn't you agree?
So I'm happy to consider agreement once I realise what the rest of it is you're going to say in the debate. So I'll answer it then.
And dare I say, a very good answer there. Councillor Dowden.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, say I think the leader's done very well today, because there's been some difficult questions for him, to be honest, and I wouldn't want to be in his shoes there, quite frankly. So I'll make that point. But in this sort of financial assessment, as such, with the new combined authorities, etc., the timing of when costs and benefits arise really matters, especially given the sensitivity and uncertainty around how many years the benefits could actually take to be realised, because we've discussed that earlier. So my question is, to avoid the risk of overstating the overall benefit for understanding the loss of each option, will a more complete financial assessment be undertaken as opposed to the simple cumulative payback analysis in the report, which may be misleading to some? Sorry.
That's right. So the short answer is yes. And I think, whilst we can extrapolate figures from a general sense, it'll be much more helpful to all of us once we understand how the financial picture will look using the exact figures that each of us as different councils use. And there is a commitment across everybody to do so in a transparent way, and data, that data is shared across the piece. And so that's something that I think is essential for us all.
That ends the questions, and now we come on to the debate. Before that, I'd like to see if there are any amendments. Councillor House.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a very straightforward amendment, which is to delete paragraph 4 of the recommendation, which is the County Council's specific guiding principles. Should I wait for a second and then move into debate, Chairman? How do you want to handle this?
Are we a seconder for that proposal?
Second, reserve my right.
Thank you, Councillor James.
Chairman, can I just start, however, by referring back to the previous debate very briefly, and on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group, disassociate ourselves from Councillor Davis's remark about MHCRG and staff. Central government doesn't understand local government, and that's been true for many years or decades, but that's about the culture of central government. It's not about individual members of staff, and I'm sure that even the youngest, most enthusiastic intern didn't deserve the comments that were made by Councillor Davis. I wouldn't want to make derogatory comments about our staff, and I wouldn't want to make derogatory comments about other parts of the public sector staff, who for the vast, vast majority could earn a lot more in the private sector than they do in the public sector. They do what they do for the public good, just as we do as councillors. Chairman, this debate is a curious one in many ways. It's a bit like the old joke about the man who stops by the side of the road and asks for help and guidance on the best way of getting to Dublin, and he's told, well, I wouldn't start from here. And that very much, I think, is the framework that we're discussing the future of local government in today. Councillor Todd has already explained in great detail with some good maths and good understanding of the report, and got assent from our CFO here, that the numbers simply don't add up for any of the options that might come forward for local government reorganisation. We had that debate previously when we were talking about our own finances. We had that debate when we started the discussion about the combined authority process just a few months ago. It is very, very clear that however you reorganise local government, you may or may not make some savings based on reorganisation, and the jury is out on that. We've seen some hypotheticals, but we haven't seen any costings in reality. The PwC report from 2020 has largely been discredited many times already, and nothing that's come forward subsequent to that has demonstrated that any real savings can be made other than at the margins for things like reducing the number of councillors. reducing the number of smaller offices that might be maintained. That's it. The level of duplication between district councils and county councils is nothing like it was a decade ago, mainly because this council has pulled back services that were jointly shared between the two tiers for itself so that it can make cuts to help fund its budget gap. And that's not a political comment about this council, it's a civil reality. This council, like many others, has had to pull back services to be able to fund cuts. And therefore we've seen the quality of service to the public sector decline as a result. And I would look at that from where I sit in my district, where there's effectively now no parking enforcement. There is no ability to make simple changes to traffic regulation orders, and I could go on. There are a few youth services. We've seen the reduction of services that were shared between the two tiers by them being pulled back to the county and then cut back because the numbers don't add up. And however you cut the cloth in dividing up the 11 districts, 2 unitaries and 1 county in Hampshire, plus the Isle of Wight in brackets, you're not going to end up with a financially viable solution that works for the long term. The only way this can be solved is either by removing some services from local government, like social care, which I don't want to see, or by reflating local government finance in a way that it can afford those services. I don't think that's likely to happen either, or some combination of the two. The numbers simply don't add up. Whether we work for 2 mainland unitary authorities, 3 mainland unitaries, 7 mainland unitary authorities, whatever it happens to be, the numbers don't add up. They might add up a bit better if we end up with 2 or 3 than if we end up with 7 or 8. But even then, that's slightly questionable. Birmingham hasn't been a model of success as a unitary authority with a population of over 1 million, as have many of the other larger unitary authorities. And indeed, a few of the modestly smaller unitary authorities, like the London boroughs, like Portsmouth actually, seem to have managed moderately well and moderately better than many of the larger authorities that still maintain upper tier services, whether they be unitaries or whether they be counties. So the jury is out on this issue about money. And I'm deeply sceptical of almost any consultant's report that comes forward on these issues. Consultants' reports are usually a vehicle for a consultant to tell you what you want to be told, but quite haven't got a way of saying it yourselves. And that's what we've seen in the past with the PwC reports that came forward promoted by the CCN. And the County Councils Network clearly is a vested interest in that it's a lobbying body for county councils, as opposed to a lobbying vehicle for the facts and the truth. It may well be that some of the issues are correct there, but it's equally true that a lot of it has been discredited over the past. So we have some difficulty as we approach this subject. And I think what's most important overall is that we try to go into what's happening next with local government speaking with one voice, not lots of different voices. So far, we've largely seen that. Yes, of course, there's been some speculation about different models of unitary authorities, but the 15 leaders, and there are 5 of those leaders in this room today, from both the largest parties, have worked incredibly hard, and I'd like to thank the chairing of that process, both by Councillor Todd and Councillor North, over the course of the last few months, have worked incredibly hard to try to keep a consensus and make a voice to government on behalf of local government, not on behalf of any particular tier. And I think that is where our strength lies. And the fact that we have got, as the paper shows here, a series of principles signed up to by all 15 leaders of the local authorities on the mainland of Hampshire, representing both the Conservative Party, the Liberal Democrats, the Labour Party, and an independent, suggests a degree of strength in unity that we might not have expected if we were entering this debate 6 months or 9 months ago. And I think that's a good piece of work. There have been lots of nuances along the way to get to these series of principles, but we've held together as a team, and I think that is our strength for government. Many of us, including myself, would rather not have started this debate at all. For all its flaws, the 2-tier system has managed to preserve genuinely local government in the form of district councils and a wider, more strategic body such as the county council. And I've always seen Hampshire County Council as being a regional structure or a sub-regional structure and not a creature of local government, because it is too big to be genuinely local to its communities. Whereas district councils in the round, for all their flaws, have had the ability to do that, and their responsiveness tends to be greater as a result of that. So I wouldn't have started this discussion, but we are where we are as the person answering the question about how to get to Dublin was asked. My next concern is that we approach this from a perspective of place and community, not just from a perspective of money. And my fear is that consultants employed by us and others, and indeed central government, are driving this process from an accountant's perspective, not from the perspective of people in local communities. Now, I believe passionately that local government is about people in local communities. And a long-retired chief financial officer said to me once, clearly many years ago, that his job as a CFO wasn't to argue about the money, it was to make the money fit the political objectives of the council. Because the council represented the people and the council represented communities. So you don't have the money leading the debate, you have the money following the debate. And the principles that all 15 authorities have so far signed up to have largely been about leading the process from place, not leading the process from money. Partly because we know the money doesn't add up however you cut the cake. So there's almost no point arguing it from the money perspective. The consequence if you argue the money point first is you end up firstly with some crazy geographies, and many of us have seen lots of lines on maps over the last few weeks and months, most of which make no sense at all in terms of genuinely creating new structures for local government. They create an accountant's solution, yes, but a community solution, no. And I don't think that's what we're here for at all. Why am I saying this now in response to this report? I'm saying it because I fear that we are beginning to drift as an organisation towards the accountant's response rather than the community's response. The principles that have been signed up to by all of the leaders are very much about place. What are described as the County Council's specific guiding principles partly duplicate some of those points, but also slightly step towards, and Appendix B picks this up too more clearly, the money first approach rather than the people first approach. The talk of financial sustainability and resilience, when we know this stuff isn't going to be financially sustainable or resilient unless there's more money coming forward. Anchor institutions, not quite sure what anchor institutions really were, but the whole process here starts to move away from an area where all 15 leaders have agreed and signed up. Now, there are no right or wrong answers in this debate about local government reorganisation. We've had a good-natured discussion so far, and I don't want to move away from that. And Nick has done an incredibly good job at answering questions from across the chamber. Often the most difficult ones were from his own side rather than from this side. But that goes with the territory too, sometimes. Well done, Nick, on that. But there is a philosophical point here, which I believe is really, really important. What is local government for? Do we want to anchor it in place and people, or do we want to anchor it in finance? If you want to anchor it in finance, then go ahead, take forward the County Council's principles along with those that have been signed up to by all 15 authorities. If you think otherwise, then don't do that. It really is that straightforward. The secondary point as to why we shouldn't take this additional section on the County Council principles is that we need to start thinking about where we're going to be in a few years' time. We need to start thinking of ourselves into the mindset of those new unitary councillors who will be thinking just about the things around their borders. So the issue about consistency between Portsmouth and Andover starts not to apply. There won't be consistency between Portsmouth and Andover because those places, represented by their new unitary authorities, will have different priorities from each other. And that's a strength of local government, not a weakness of local government. If you don't think that's the case, maybe just abandon local government in its entirety and have a government run local services for everything, all by those civil servants that Tim Davis was talking about just a few moments ago. I passionately believe in local government. These are considerations we need to start thinking through sooner rather than later. And the final point, Chairman, is that if we start to deviate from the principles that have been signed up to by all 15 councils, we are likely to see more making interim or early submissions to government because they believe they're reacting to what this council is doing. And I've heard mutterings of that around the county over the course of the last few weeks, and that muttering got an awful lot louder when this report was published just a week or so, 8 days or so ago, because there is a sense in many places that the county's guiding principles are a Trojan horse for arguing for a model of local government that is more about money than about place, either with a 2-unitary or a 3-unitary mainland. I think we should be keeping those options open. We keep them open in a best way by not giving any hints and nudges about the direction that we might be going at this stage, and letting some of the discussions between communities take place over the course of the next 2 or 3 months, and with our communities most of all, who've had no say in this process at all as is being done to them at the moment. So for all those reasons, Chairman, I would strongly recommend that we delete the section about County Council guiding principles and then go forward as a united voice of local government from all 15 authorities, the 11 districts, the 2 unitaries and the County Council over the course of the coming months. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor House. Councillor James, do you wish to speak now or delay your remarks until later?
Because no one else is illuminated, so I might be the only one to speak. Never know. Yeah, I'm going to speak at this. This is about the amendment, which is to remove paragraph 4. I may wish to come back later and talk on the main debate in relation to the reports that support the decision today. If you look at the guiding principles of the County Council, the first one, A, is we will prioritise the delivery of an efficient, high-quality public services. That's not a principle, that's a duty. It's what we have to do. And then it says, whilst avoiding unnecessary fragmentation of services. Unnecessary, why would we do anything unnecessary? We clearly wouldn't. Now, if the decision by this council at some point or by the government is to create a new unitary authority, then it becomes necessary to disaggregate. So it still wouldn't be unnecessary. So that makes no sense at all and doesn't need to be in there. In item B, it says, we'll safeguard service users, including vulnerable children and adults, by minimising risk to services the council delivers and potential threats from a lack of effective business continuity. Well, clearly, when we get our shadow authority in place, or shadow authorities in place, the county will have a significant role in making sure that the clients, the service users, are handed safely to the new authority. And in many places, whether we have 2, 3, 4 unitaries, it'll be the same staff that oversee that. So that should be happening automatically. It shouldn't be a guiding principle. We'll need to have financially sustainable and resilient organisations to sufficiently withstand large financial shocks. As has been mentioned several times, one of the largest authorities in the country is Hampshire County Council, and one of the least resilient councils is Hampshire County Council. There is absolutely no evidence that being larger is better. Many smaller authorities are actually more successful in managing their budgets. So we all know that unless government come up with money, or we're free to raise the council tax we need, resilience is going to be a problem. So it doesn't need to be a principle. Item D is a recipe for word soup, from what I can see. So I won't comment on that. Item E, recognise any future unitary solution will require effective mechanisms and enable local identities. And that's where I get a bit worried about predetermination and assumptions being made. Hampshire County Council is going, Basingstoke and Dean is going, all the districts are going. There will be new unitary authorities. There will be new members elected to their unitary authorities, and they will set out their own constitution. Hampshire County Council cannot have a principle that imposes something on the new unitary authorities that replace it. That'll be a decision for them. So we're getting a bit above our station unless we're just assuming that we're basically going to consume the districts and carry on, which I don't know where you'd get an idea from, clearly a silly idea. It also says we want to ensure equity of representation in the future mayoral combined authority, but I think that relates to the previous point, and that's only temporary. After that, it's up to the new unitaries to work with the mayor to work that out. So the items that of the county-specific principles, in my view, add absolutely no value. They actually give an indication as to the intentions of the County Council in the future of expecting to be running and controlling the unitary authority before any members have been elected to it, which is a bit concerning. Once again, council members seem to be edging down the list of priorities. And so therefore, I think it should be rejected. We can, of course, stick to the items that have been agreed by the other 15 councils. So hopefully people will support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor James. Councillor Tree. From the Independent Group. And I'd like to say that after Councillor Tree has spoken, we'll break for lunch for an hour.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me okay? Great. So, as a group of independents, including me as a member of the Whitehill and Borden Community Party, our group members will make their own views known during the debate, including Councillor Wallace as sole Green Party member in this chamber. The Minister set out what he expected to see in the 21st of March interim submission. So I didn't ask during questions, but I guess I would like to understand if the Leader believes we've met those requirements in the proposed letter, having requested to postpone the May 2025 elections to join the fast track. And I've just been typing this very quickly, for the avoidance of doubt, I want to understand if Councillor House's amendment would change Hampshire County Council's agreed draft of the letter, which also mentions guiding principles, or whether it would have no effect on the letter. Sorry, what?
It's not Hampshire's letter.
The joint letter, yeah, no, but our agreement of the letter, the joint letter I'm talking about, which also mentions guiding principles, because surely that would invalidate the agreement with all the local authority leaders, sending us back to the drawing board a day before the deadline to submit. So please, can this be clarified before the vote? What?
Just carry on, Councillor Tree. Don't worry about it.
Carry on, don't worry about it.
Okay, so just for the avoidance of doubt, I'm talking about whether the joint letter that we're deciding whether we support today would be impacted by supporting this amendment, and just to have clarification on that. So I supported this joint letter on Monday when wearing my other hat as Deputy Leader of East Hampshire District Council at its Cabinet meeting. I stand here today as a County Councillor, but I'm not a hypocrite, so I can't support the letter wearing one hat and then seek to amend it today. Therefore, I will support the letter. This is mainly because it is so vanilla, it doesn't actually bind anyone to anything specific, and thus was not contentious in this respect. However, by saying nothing of any substance, is the Leader concerned that the Minister will not take Hampshire's fast-track commitment seriously? So I refer to the position outlined by the government. Existing district areas should be considered the building blocks for your proposals, but where there is strong justification for more complex boundary changes, they will be considered. And as a guiding principle, new councils should aim for a population of 500,000 or more, but there may be certain scenarios where this £500,000 figure does not make sense for an area, including on devolution, and this rationale should be set out in a proposal. And therefore, this creates a lot of ambiguity and different interpretations of what that actually means. And I do appreciate there is chicken and egg here, because government want to hear the proposals from us, but we are desperate to find out whether boundary changes are acceptable under government fast-track timescales, and the all-important question of getting greater clarity on what scenarios may allow a unitary of less than 500,000. Point H on the proposed letter starts with, "We are working together." And I fear unless the government give clear directives on these issues, the current consensus amongst Hampshire's local authority leaders will spectacularly collapse, and the process will become much more difficult as we approach the autumn deadline. East Hampshire District Council leader, Councillor Richard Millard, my coalition partner when wearing my other hat, has made it clear he won't back a unitary partnership without solid evidence, dismissing speculation as being as nonsensical as suggesting we merge with Ibiza or Benidorm. This may be a headline captured...
Yeah, I'd just like to respond to Councillor Tree's statement that he's not a hypocrite, and I'm sure he's not a hypocrite, but I want to refer him and all members back to the letter from the monitoring officer this week, and I'll pick up a specific paragraph, if I may, Chairman. Some members have raised with me the potential for a conflict between decisions to be made by their district council and decisions to be made by the county council. In my view, it is possible for a member to vote for one option at a district council meeting in their capacity as a district council member, and then vote for a different option at the county council in their capacity as a council member. And what comes is very important. On each occasion, you should be voting in a different capacity and taking into account different circumstances and priorities. However, this is a matter for each member to consider based upon their own circumstances, noting that the point raised regarding predetermination below, in addition, where you occupy a senior position as a cabinet member or leader within another local authority. You may want to consider the possibility of the apparent appearance of bias if you have expressed strong views and others. The monitoring officer also points out that if we aren't seen to be acting as county councillors in this chamber, any decision we make could be subject to legal challenge. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Thacker. Councillor Tree. Very briefly.
But it was a long statement, so I'll respond to it. I come to the chamber non-predetermined on every item, and I've made my position very clear on that in the past. I have no party whip. I can do what I like, and I can change my mind at the last minute. The point I was trying to make was one of trust. When there is a draft letter agreed by all the leaders across the district, and I have personally chosen to support that, my point being that whilst I could come to this chamber today, and quite rightly under the guidance, I could choose to change my mind. I could be swayed by the debate today. That could happen. I accept that. My position is, I believe, but my position may change during the debate. I believe that I'd be a hypocrite to support something on Monday agreed by all the local authority leaders and then choose not to support it today. And I don't think my residents would look favourably on that type of politics. But I do appreciate the point that is made, and I reaffirm my position that I am non-predetermined until a vote takes place. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why I make the point of mentioning that we as an independent group are 4 individuals, because I certainly don't bind the members of the group to any decision or view that I might have either. So I hope that satisfies members of my position and the monitoring officer. So, anyway, getting back to Councillor Millard, the leader of East Hampshire District Council's position on it being as nonsensical as suggesting we merge with Ibiza or Benidorm to not have an evidence-based proper review. The headline may be designed to capture attention, but there is a reason for this, because there is a serious point here. We do not have the detailed evidence to inform our decision-making at this stage. There is no point of having unitary councils if they're financially squeezed from day one. Democracy doesn't work if councillors can't make any political choices because there is no money, regardless of the size of the unitary authority and how local it is. Having unitary councils cuts down on duplication and potential frustration amongst residents, but I worry that the discretionary services provided by boroughs and districts then get cut, effectively to fund social care. Speaking about political choices, there is no better example than this place, where the financial situation here has taken away much of what we could have debated in this chamber at budget time, especially since I was elected in 2021, and I hope whatever councils are created, councillors then get back the ability to make contributions based on having actual political choices. If that can be achieved, then the future for any future unitary councillors could be bright and exciting as we strive to serve residents as best we can. I referred to point 130 on the report and would like to further understand the role of parish and town councils and how Hampshire County Council can work with them during this transitional time, especially the ambitious ones who want to ensure they maintain a strong grassroots voice, referring to my interest as leader of Whitehill Town Council. I will therefore conclude with a positive that I am pleased this letter creates no red lines in terms of boundaries and size, and I may support it subject to the debate. As I said, it would be strange of me not to, given my support on Monday at East Hampshire District Council, but as predetermined as I am, I will listen to what everyone has to say first, and my fellow group members will make their own decisions on how to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tree. Can I just check before we break for lunch whether the Labour group have an amendment or not?
Have absolutely no amendments.
Oh, well, that's fine.
But I will make my speech.
And can I just check there are no amendments from the floor at all? Okay, on that basis, we'll break for lunch and meet again at 2 o'clock. I've got the webcast, and first on the list is that's right, sorry. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I seem to have got the graveyard slot after lunch, but hopefully we'll wake you up a bit. Star jumps and things like that are needed. I'd like to start off today by thanking the leader for his openness and willingness to keep us small political groups in the loop on this, and for doing so with honesty and transparency. I'd also like to thank the Chief Executive and all the officers for their diligent work on this report in what is extremely difficult circumstances for them. We're foolish if we don't think it doesn't affect them. And I think the report that they have produced is very even-handed, and actually I think it should be an inspiration to others. I'd also like to thank Councillor Martin Todd for chairing meetings, and I understand Councillor North has as well, of the 15 leaders. Not an easy task, I'm sure, and herding cats comes a little to mind with that. I wanted to deal with this. I was going to deal with it in two halves, but now it's going to have to be in thirds since we've got an amendment to deal with as well. So I'm going to deal firstly with the Cabinet report, then the amendment, and then the interim report we're putting through. I think the Cabinet report actually is fair and sound, and I think it reflects research that was done by PwC, and I think it's important that it does do that, because that research has been started to be undertaken in 2020, and I have to say the government will have taken a lot of that into account in their thinking and in their policy formations. And so it is good to see some of that updated and presented to us, and I think we should go further and do that in a Hampshire context too. I actually entirely agree with the guiding principles set out in the Cabinet report, including the need for solutions that are sustainable for all of Hampshire's residents, and it is imperative that good services are delivered throughout the region and by every new unitary. And actually, I think, most of the report broadly tallies with the research that myself and the Labour group have done ever since December. I would just add a few observations and suggestions, perhaps. And slightly contentious, I know. Councillor numbers are mentioned on paragraph 95, and I would say that it might be useful for thinking forward to have a look at the recent North Yorkshire Boundary Commission submission. Now, within that submission, the submission by the council, North Yorkshire Council, it does actually list all of the UK unitaries, their populations, and how many councillors they have per population. That might actually be quite interesting and be useful to inform us. Having looked at it, I can see what it means for us, but I think it'd be useful for people to look at that, for that information to be presented to people, and to give everybody a good look at it. I also think that whilst we have acknowledged the importance of skills and knowledge about Tier 1 work and how that might be variable amongst all of the districts and boroughs, I think it needs to be significantly strengthened in what we say in terms of both lack of skill and potential mitigation. And the reason that I say that is because in the report, in paragraph 95, it does mention that 55% of Hampshire County Councillors are double hatters, which should provide a degree of understanding of Tier 1 responsibilities within boundaries and unitaries. However, in the north of the county, and in particular the combination of Basingstoke and Dean, Hart and Rushmore, this drops to only 20%. And with one council having no double hatters at all. And I think this probably leads to a lack of sightedness and understanding of Tier 1 responsibilities and challenges. And that will therefore need to be addressed significantly because it will skew what people think. The skills and knowledge gap that this presents is a real risk to decision making from my perspective in connection with unitary formation and subsequent transition arrangements. And the danger is that the creation of new unitaries may be viewed by some as simply mergers of existing local boroughs and districts without understanding in full detail the challenges and services provided by Tier 1 authorities. I think this is a real and specific risk to the north of the county, and I think that needs to be identified and mitigated. Now, some of that will get mitigated with information sharing, which we do mention in paragraph 104 of the report, and I think this is really vital. But I think it needs to be provided at significant pace and in a variety of different ways to help address knowledge gaps as well as provide confidence in respect of sustainability and localism for any of the options that we produce or generate. I also think that given the need for speed and the low base of understanding in some areas, it would be highly advisable to provide some intermediate broad brush data on services and costs, even if that's based on averages for the moment. We're in a situation where it might be important to be roughly right rather than absolutely wrong. So I would do that. Perhaps, you know, I might present boroughs and districts with an interim bill of services charges and income receipts, you know, a bit like an estimate. Others will have different ways. But I do think techniques like using heat maps to show service demand, costs, and so on will be useful for people in part of this. I note that the report makes it clear that as a council we are not making any recommendations at this point. Although I will stress again that it is clear to me that I think the PwC past work will have formed some government views and their policies going forward, and so it is foolish for us to ignore that. In terms of the amendment, I'm not going to support this amendment. Every single one of the organisations going into these discussions are an organisation, they're an entity with a corporate personality, with priorities and so on. And it isn't reasonable to say that one of those parties shouldn't have some guidelines for, you know, the principles that they believe in. So I don't think it's right that Hampshire should be robbed of that personally. And I think issues around place and representation and people are actually addressed in recommendation in paragraph 3. So I won't support the amendment. I think it's really unnecessary. I also think I wouldn't want to rob other councils of having their guiding principles either. I mean, for example, in Basingstoke and Deane this evening, part of their council report, they will be asking their council to suggest that only a 4-unitary mainland option should be presented. Is Basingstoke going to take that off the table in the interests of being fair and in unity? I don't think so. So, you know, will Portsmouth drop their claim to UDI for the Portsmouth area? I don't think so. And it's not for me to say that they should. They do, however, have to be grown up and behave in a grown-up manner in their leadership meetings. And if we take these guiding principles away, what are we left with? We're left with the danger that political machinations will be the guiding principles that are used to carve up our region. And that's not right either. Now, I'd like to turn now to the interim plan. And I think at this point, it's probably fair. Most of you know that I don't really go into grumpy, shouty old diatribes in council, but I am going to give you a bit of a grumpy old woman alert on this, I'm afraid. The best way I can describe my reaction to this report is to draw an analogy to the anticipation of excitement of waiting for a new book to be published by a favourite author. In my case, that would be Terry Pratchett. As the time of publication draws near, there's a heightened sense of excitement. Will your favourite characters be in it? What will be the twist and turn of the plot? And in the case of Terry Pratchett, what will be the underlying social moral message? And you know, as it gets nearer and nearer to publication, the sense of excitement builds, and you can almost smell that new book smell of the paper. So here we are, the day of publication comes, the parcel's delivered, and it's in front of you. You rip off the wrapping paper with excitement and anticipation. But instead of the book, there's a box with a note in it, which says, "Dear insert name here, As valued reader, I'm just letting you know I haven't produced the book as promised. Unfortunately, I couldn't decide how many characters to use, so I lost the plot. I tried chatting to my local Writers Guild, but they weren't able to agree on anything either. So the book will be late, and I'm afraid I need extra money to write it as I've spent the advance. Can you spare me some loose change? However, in good news, I did attend all of the meetings with my publisher. As you can imagine, I would be pretty shocked to receive that note instead of the long-anticipated reading material. That shock would turn to disappointment and possibly even anger. And that's pretty much how I feel about the presentation of this interim plan. The government issued us with clear guidance on what was expected, and this plan does not deliver that. And there are other councils who are similar to us who have been able to do better. It reads and feels like there was an inability to agree anything despite the clear steers given by government. I have, and many residents will read this with some dismay. Many may feel that the failure to agree or present any meaningful option is due either to a lack of understanding of the issues or by a desire to gain political advantage rather than the best interests of residents. Government have been clear that the population, 500,000 population, is not an aspiration but de minimis. They have suggested they will listen to requests for smaller unitaries, but only where a compelling case can be made and the rationale should be set out in the interim proposal, and we haven't done that. The proposed plan fails to represent and justify any evidence or options that might enable the government to answer that question. There's a hint of 4 mainland unitaries, but no firm ask nor any evidence or rationale. And therefore, I think we're just going to get the same answer to that question that we've had all the time. Give us your rationale and we'll consider it. So I don't see they're going to give us anything different. I think that the submission runs the risk of government taking decisions for us instead of with us, and in the worst case could result in a 2-unitary situation, as this would be most financially favourable to them. And it's clear from the evidence of previous reports that that may well be the case. This plan is evidence poor, and the data commissioned from KPMG, commissioned by Basingstoke and Dean, is not especially insightful. Most of it is in the public domain, and quite frankly, I could probably have pulled it together in an afternoon. I question why they were used, since PwC were already cited on this issue. However, everybody's entitled to bring information, whether it's of any value or not. But I think also a message here for the leaders that are here, 30% of you that are here, is don't let the tail wag the dog. And remember that just because the cog is squeaking doesn't mean to say it should get all the oil. You know, just be more rounded in considering views, opinions, and data. It is essential that meaningful data is used to identify the best configurations, and we have a duty to all of our residents not to leave them in a position where they face a service postcode lottery simply because politics have shaped the discussion rather than deliverability. Overall, the plan is disappointing, and it places at a significant risk of a direct intervention by government. In view of the much vocalised issues around localism and how perhaps a 2-unitary solution might, cause a democracy deficit, I am really surprised that our plan doesn't ask the question, what does the government mean by rewiring the relationship with parishes and town councils? Perhaps it's not that important after all. But maybe you ought to be considering that as a last-minute amendment to your report. All things considered, I'm personally not happy to endorse this plan. I appreciate that, many, and I'm sure the leader will tell me that it's better to submit something rather than nothing, but I'm not so sure. And in the circumstances, I would ask the Chair to allow a separate vote on the recommendation in relation to submitting the plan, as in paragraph 5 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Cobbett.
Thank you, Chair. When I look at what the government are doing, it strikes me that it's very much driven by an urban perspective on life. The number of 500,000 is based on what would work in an urban area where there is a reasonably tight community and people could relate to it. But when we have a lot of rural areas and areas of different characteristics, we're seeing the debate that comes out of that, and it's very difficult to find ways forward that we can agree on. I also see this as being very much driven by money. Not just the government's desperate desire to find savings, and one understands the background to that, or the need to find solutions to the care funding crisis that we face. And of course, a solution to that has been knocked into the long grass. But also, when you read the report that we have in front of us today, the PwC arguments, they're all about money. They're all about what's the most cost-effective option. And I'm pleased that the report does say that we have to make, as members, we have to make a choice between place and cost and all the other elements that come into this. I fear the direction of travel that this report sets from today between now and either September or November, whichever deadline we have to adhere to, has been set in a way that says, well, 4 is off the table because it loses money, so you've got to choose between 2 or 3, and that if we don't, government will impose. I think it's a very worrying situation that we face. It strikes me that it's all about knowing the price of everything, but the value of nothing. And it's interesting that the CCN papers, and they're referred to in this report, if you look at their conclusions, and then look at the DCN, the District Council Network, and how opposite their conclusions are. We shouldn't always just read what we read and take that as being the final word on the issue. Or look at the KPMG conclusions from the districts studies that have been done. Very different to the PwC conclusions. Perhaps proof of the old adage that if you employ consultants, as long as they know what you want to hear, they'll write it for you. Chairman, I'm going to go back to the issue I've been pursuing, Blackwater Valley. If you go to page, you don't need to, I'll tell you what it says. If you go to page 42, paragraph 72, it talks about analysis will be based on economic geographies, principally Basingstoke, Winchester, Southampton and Portsmouth. Now, there are lots of lovely people in Basingstoke, a lot of lovely people. I have nothing wrong, nothing against Basingstoke, not even Kim. But from where I live, Basingstoke is 20 miles away. From where I live, London is 28 miles away. From where I live, Winchester is 35 miles away. And none of them have anything direct to do with my community. So the idea that a North Hampshire unitary is the solution of Hart, Rushmore and Basingstoke, that means our lives will be run from Basingstoke. Of course, it's the biggest town in that sector, but it isn't a way forward that has any appeal, notwithstanding...
30 seconds.
Thank you. Notwithstanding the lovely people of Basingstoke. I would remind you, I'm going to keep going on at this, what Jim McMahon said in his second letter on the 5th of February, where there is strong justification, more complex boundary changes will be considered. The problem is we're not making the case. I'm grateful to my colleagues from North East Hampshire who stood up today and said, yeah, I agree, different view on what's achievable, and I accept that it's challenging. But at the end of the day, if you don't challenge, you achieve nothing. So when people say to me, we're the forgotten end of Hampshire, I won't say, no, I know the footpaths are bad, but they're as bad as that everywhere. It's the same everywhere, and I'm sure you all get that, we're the forgotten end of Hampshire. Of course we do. I'm going to have to say, yes, we are, because Hampshire doesn't have the stomach to fight for us. Hampshire is just going down its path and leaving us as things are. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a lot to get through. I agreed at the start with Councillor House and now Councillor Collett about the value of the consultants' reports. If you ask somebody what 2 and 2 is, most people will say 4, and a consultant will say, what would you like it to be? So we've got to attach that sort of value to those reports. Then I started to diverge from what the Liberal Democrats were saying. Councillor Todd had a conversation across the chamber with the Director of Finance saying, what's our deficit going to be in 5 years' time? I'll tell you what our deficit is going to be in 5 years' time, whatever the government of the day chooses it to be, because they are pursuing an agenda, and they have been pursuing an agenda, and the Sir Humphrey agenda for multiple governments has been to squeeze the reserves out of local councils and soften us up for local government reorganisation. And they've achieved that objective. Now things are going to have to change from their point of view, or people are going to start dying. And there is the acid test, what we've got to do. The amendment that the Liberal Democrats have put forward argues that we should remove a paragraph that starts, we will prioritise delivery of efficient, high-quality public services, enhancing delivery through reform whilst avoiding unnecessary fragmentation of services. How can anybody be against the delivery of efficient, high-quality services as a point of principle in the negotiations? I mean, that is a nonsense position to take, and that's why I won't be supporting the amendment. So far, the acid test, the major point, has been missed, all by every speaker. We here have something to defend. Let me embarrass Stuart. Through John Coughlin and Steve Crocker and Stuart Ashley, we now have a Children's Services Department which is measured externally as outstanding in all areas. It's saving children's lives and it's turning around the lives of young people in difficulties. Do we not have a duty to try to keep that team together? Do we not have a duty to come at this from the point of view of the services that we provide rather than lines on maps? You encourage councillors to draw lines on maps, they'll draw them. And tomorrow those lines will have turned into trenches. And the day after that, they'll have turned into a battlefront. The wrong way to do this is by drawing lines on maps. The right way to do this is by looking at the services that we provide and then doing everything we can to defend excellence. And that should be our watchword. That's why this amendment that's been put forward by the Liberal Democrats is so wrong. We've got to think about more than just the lines on maps and the finances. We've got to pursue this through the provision of quality of service, protection of lives, helping people in difficulties. How best can we achieve those objectives? And then the solution can be derived from that. This amendment is wrong. I cannot support it.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor Wade.
On the list. Oh, fine. So I'm not on the next list, Chairman. Okay. Oh, well, like many members here, I'm not really comfortable with this. I once read a management book and it said, if you've got a problem, reorganisation is the haven of the inept. And it is. We know that financially it isn't going to improve the situation or deliver the quality services that Councillor Reid has just talked about. It's more likely, a better analogy would be moving the deck chairs around on the Titanic to get a better view of the iceberg. The options in the papers that I've read are very clear. One is too big, one unitary authority is too big, 4 is too expensive, 2 is really too big, quite too big. We'll probably end up with 3. Greater Southampton, Greater Portsmouth, and Greater New Hampshire. And then we talk about changing boundaries. Now, originally I read somewhere it was a red line with the district boundaries, but not anymore. I wonder why that is. I want to tell you about the New Forest. My division is in the New Forest. We have the largest geographical area in Hampshire, the 2nd largest population, the 4th largest economy, but the biggest tax base of all. Bigger than the unitaries even. Which is why, and the things that are not being said about this, that will come out of this, Southampton wants to carve up the forest and take the water side out and add it to them, along with some of the more affluent areas of Test Valley. Now, my division is, I've got Southampton Water on one side, the only cultural change. On the other side is a national park, and part of the national park is in my division. The people that I represent look to the west. They are New Forest people. They are New Forest by families for generations, and they see the New Forest as their home, and they are part of the Forest people. What we're heading to is a free state solution, if you pardon the expression, that will remove half of the New Forest to this. Now, my residents don't want that. Let's just think back. We've already seen the fact it doesn't pay for itself. We're making a decision on a solution that doesn't provide us an answer. It doesn't pay for the problems we're facing, which is social care. We know that. That is the big issue that we have to deal with. It doesn't solve that. This council's papers does not focus enough on place and people. We are taking the local out of local government. The best people to manage local affairs is a good local council. And I share the point about our children's services, it's absolutely outstanding. But that's going to get broken up. We know that because Hampshire isn't going to exist. And if Hampshire doesn't exist, its departments don't exist. So we need to get real. We need to see what is the best solution for our residents in all our divisions.
30 seconds.
Yep. I know what the best solution for the residents in my division is, and the divisions in the New Forest. We want to be part of some semi-rural grouping, and this is where things go wrong. Once we've had this debate over and this interim solution has gone on, everybody's going to fall out because we all want different things. I like to think we all want what's best for the residents in our divisions, but I cannot support anything that doesn't take into account the wishes of my residents. Our amendment goes some way to making place and probably more sustainable in the argument, but I can't support anything that doesn't take into account what the residents want. Thank you, Chairman.
Before I call the next speaker, it's just to make the point that you can't speak twice. There's a couple of lights of people that have spoken. It may be that they've just stayed on by mistake. Councillor Glenn.
Okay. Can I start by saying I didn't hear what you said, Chairman? Just now. I didn't hear what you said.
I made the point that you can't speak twice in the same debate.
Right. Okay. I'd like to start by saying this is a real privilege to speak for the third time in a debate. Right. Right. Okay. I've learnt something that if you are close to lunchtime, don't put your name down to speak. Okay. Because by the time you get back from lunch, you've actually probably forgotten what you're actually going to talk about. It's very. I had to give up a very nice lunch with a Merlot and had to have a sandwich with a latte shared with my good friend Andrew Joy. Okay, so here we go. I'll go back to the stalling. I'm referring to the piece of... Are you wanting a question now, Chairman?
No, what I want is, we're having a debate,
yeah,
and I'd like you to be as succinct as
yes,
possible, Councillor
I'm being
Glenn.
succinct. How much time do I have? Yes. Okay. Now, dealing with the previous speaker in the morning, Chairman, I'm not concerned about any stalling that might take place, because as far as I'm concerned, this process is going to take as long as this process is going to take. And if we overrun, we overrun. Because it might take longer than we think. Reference the amendment. Okay. Our guiding principles are the bedrock for what we stand for as councillors. And as councillors, without these guiding principles, we won't really hang together. And if we don't hang together, you can be sure the government will hang us separately. And I would like to thank Benjamin Franklin for that quotation. when I saw the list of people coming through the system, at 2:12 I wrote down, I agree with Stephen Reid. And at 2:18 he started speaking. Okay? Stephen Reid, Councillor Reid, as far as I'm concerned, is absolutely right. We will get a lot further and it will be a lot more efficient in what we're going to be doing if we look at services first. Because that is what we're here to do for the general public, for our residents. They don't care who's going to be jockeying for what position in the next few years. They really don't care. What they care about is getting the services that we are currently providing. So please keep that in mind. We have to stand back, Chairman. We have to stand back and look at this from a distance. And the important thing is that when we all give up being councillors, we can look back and say, that's my legacy. This is what I achieved as a councillor, because it'll be the only thing people will remember. I could put a question to you. Who was leader of the County Council in 1997? Yes, and I was going to say that one or two of my friends are not allowed to answer. Okay, but that's true. Hardly anybody else will know that. You get forgotten very quickly. So, services-led. Remember that you have a legacy to leave. Please remember that as we go through the next 2 years. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Glenn. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Glenn mentioned that this process will take as long as it takes. My personal view is it will take as long as the government allows it to take, because this government is in a hurry. This government wants to get all this done within the current Parliament, and it doesn't have time to waste with people that drag their feet for whatever reason. I'm a realist, Chairman. I mentioned that before. I might have said it too many times, but who knows. But one of the things that strikes me is when you look at the options as to whether it's 2 councils or 3 or 4, when you start to look at the numbers, it just doesn't hang together. I suspect many of us have got spreadsheets running on our personal machines with all the numbers of residents and trying to figure out how to make it work. There is no way to make it work that it comes in under the 500,000 limit. And there's no obvious reason why any of them particularly should. So it saddens me to say this, but I think actually a 4-council solution simply will not work. We're going to be left with a 3-council solution, Portsmouth, Southampton, and the rest. And the rest is going to be amorphous, won't really represent people, but that's the way it's going to be. So I suspect that any chance we've got of a 4-council solution is gone. 2-council solution is too bonkers. So I think we're probably going to be left with a 3-council solution in the end. Splitting districts, I would suggest people look at the comments on page 56 of the report in front of you from the legal officer as to the legal basis for this. Because bear in mind the government's in a hurry. It doesn't have time for primary legislation. So what we're going to be left with is whatever they can do under current legislation. And current legislation says it's not a problem if you keep districts intact. Under the 2007 Act that's listed there, with a long, boring name. There is another act where you can do it, but that then starts to need all sorts of other stuff behind it as well. So it's theoretically possible. In the timing, it's going to be difficult, and doing it's going to happen. The last thing I would say is, in respect of delaying the final proposals till November, I suspect the reason the government set September as their deadline was to give them a chance of getting all the stuff through they need to get through, and the consultations and all that kind of stuff, before the 2026 elections. If it's delayed, the more it's delayed, the more the chances are that we don't get to defend our seats in 2026. And I really want to defend my seat in 2026. So I think we need to bear that in mind as well, that there's more things running in this thing that are on the surface. We know that from all the various different comments that ministers have made about delaying elections and all the rest of it, that they have agendas. And not all the agendas are being revealed to us, but they can be seen from the way they behave. And those of us who have dealt with ministers and civil servants for many years know how difficult it is always to believe what they say on the surface when you see what's going on underneath. So, Chairman, I will be supporting this motion. I will not be supporting the amendment. and I look forward to making whatever progress we can.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Councillor Todd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just the fact that we're debating county principles rather than the shared principles that all authorities have signed up to shows that something has gone badly wrong with this resolution. Now, I realise Councillor Taylor is in a different place, and I'll pass her comments on to the 3 Labour Party leaders who signed off the interim plan and whose councils have backed the principles. So I'd like to outline 3 missing and probably most important principles that I think should be in this paper to guide the council's work going forward, because I don't see it in the paper and I don't see it in the way they're working at the moment. Earlier in this debate, we clarified that we face a 5-year budget gap of 1.2 billion, up to £336 million a year in 5 years' time, and that local government reorganisation, at least in terms of the report in front of us, doesn't come close to addressing that. And then the leader said, if nothing changes. So it confirms the importance that something has to change. But the principles laid out set out no requirement for anything to change. They don't reinforce the point that this county council believes that something has to change. The CIPFA report for Somerset makes clear that reorganisation without addressing underlying financial issues will be catastrophic. And this proposal is way too passive on that point. That principle needs to be front and centre. There needs to be a principle along the lines of this: none of this will be possible without solving the structural financial problems that the county council and other upper-tier local authorities face. That has to be in the centre of council's thinking and our relationship with government. The second principle is that we work in a shared way and collectively, one team for the whole area, as far as we're able to do it. The leader expressed his commitment to that, but the paper doesn't do it. We're setting out county principles today, and as Councillor House pointed out, that implicitly says that they're different from the shared principles. Now, I understand the point to say the council is allowed to have its own view, but we're doing it without having lived up to that principle of collective working in the work that sits behind it, and I think we're missing an opportunity as a result. The model in front of us has not been developed collectively, either within the council or with partners. No sight of the data underpinning it, no sight of the model, no sight of the assumptions within the model. It talks about the costs of districts and boroughs without validating those costs and checking the assumptions and models used with districts and boroughs. It talks about the costs of neighbouring authorities without validating those costs and assumptions and models used with neighbouring authorities. It talks about a model for Hampshire and Solent as a whole without the chance for the leaders and officers of Hampshire and Solent authorities, without them having the chance to scrutinise and understand the model and the analysis in front of us. Even from a Hampshire lens, it talks about the cost at Hampshire without scrutiny of those costs and assumptions by scrutiny and audit, our own committees. We are setting hugely important policy priorities here, and scrutiny has not looked at the analysis that underpins it. It talks about the opportunities and risks for adult social care and the people who rely on those services without any scrutiny or oversight by the Health and Adult Social Care Select Committee. It talks about the opportunities and risks for children's services and the children and young people who rely on those services without scrutiny to the children and young people in front of us. We've got a model in front of us that is attempting to frame the debate as unchecked, unvalidated and unscrutinised. In no sense is that a collective and one-team approach. And I don't think that's a basis for sensible decision-making. It could be good, but none of us know whether it's good or not. And I want to understand it, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't understand it. But we're moving forward with these principles without that work being done. And then finally, and I realise I'm running over, but I'd like to continue just a little bit, I have a third principle, which is listen and learn. There are district councils, for example, Test Valley and Eastleigh, I'm not naming my own, that are better at the county council at supporting local identity. We're not the only council that runs exceptional children's services. I understand the importance of ensuring an absolutely seamless experience for the most vulnerable residents in Hampshire. But there's no scenario where boundaries don't change.
Councillor Todd, can you bring your comments to a close?
I will bring them to a
please?
close. So we need to look at models which enable us to share the best of Hampshire, Portsmouth, Southampton, and ensure that that best practice works for the entire area. That will require change, but it will require listening, learning, innovation, seeing what other people do. It's not about drawing lines on the map. It's about having a mindset to say we're going to make this work for everyone, everywhere, and carry forward what's best.
Councillor Hire.
Thank you, Chairman. This LGR is quite confusing and complex, not only for myself, but also for our residents, Mr. Chairman. However, I want to support for the guiding principles set out in this report, particularly those that focus on safeguarding service users. Any changes to our local government must prioritise the protection of our most vulnerable residents, ensuring that vital services remain accessible, effective and well-funded. If local government reorganisation is going ahead, our residents deserve clear assurances that financial sustainability will be at the heart of the process. It is not enough to restructure for the sake of change. We need a solid, well-thought-out plan that guarantees strong, stable and responsibly managed public services. So I will seek for transparency, accountability and sound financial planning so that the people of Hampshire can have confidence in the future of their essential services. So we need to work together to ensure this transition is one that strengthens our communities rather than disrupts them. So, Mr. Chairman, I quite agree with Councillor Reid's point about our children's services. We have outstanding children's services, and that's what we want if and when we have a LGR. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll try and keep my comments brief. I'm cautiously reassured with the leader's response to my question earlier, but worried that this paper does not fully align. I think it's essential that unity between councils exist in this process. The last thing we want is councils sending in different letters to the national government or adopting different positions, even if small. I worry that this would suggest that there is disunity and an uncoordinated approach to this process, and I fear that should the national government feel that we are not unified, future decisions over how many unitaries, etc., boundaries will be imposed upon us. I also still have concerns about the 500,000 figure, but appreciate the combined letter highlighting this. It is important that we design these new authorities to last for the future, so we really should be looking at projected population figures, which would make 4 mainland authorities much closer to that 500,000 figure. I also have concerns about communities being grabbed or split away into areas that have no social or economic connections. So early consultation with those communities is going to be really important going forward. So I urge that this isn't done in collaboration with the districts. And I agree that it should be the communities that decide rather than a spreadsheet.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Chegwin.
Thank you, Chairman. I've listened and waited for someone to say LGR is a wonderful thing. And I haven't heard anyone of any party, with the possible exception of Labour's representatives, say that. One thing the government have done, they've united us all. They've united all the districts. The only problem is they've united us all against what they propose. Councillor Todd said to me at lunchtime, he wakes up in the middle of the night thinking that it's almost presiding over your own demise. I think it's, all these meetings over your own death. And a sense of grief, and I think we all sense that all of us, whatever our party, wherever we represent, we're here to do the best for our constituents. And I haven't had a single constituent coming to me saying, gosh, I want LGR, it will improve the system. It will mean my bins are emptied more regularly and the potholes are repaired and all my kids will go to school with a smile on their face. No one here thinks it's actually going to improve it. And I've seen so many proposals for LGR in my near 46 years as councillor. They all have two things in common. One, they didn't end up in the way the government originally intended. And two, whatever system you do end up with is generally messier and poorer than what you started with. And it's my hope, actually, that this will end up the same way. Devolution's going to happen. It was in the manifesto. Elected mayors are going to happen. They were in the manifesto. Local government reorganisation was not in the manifesto. It was not in the manifesto. No one promised it in the election. And I think sooner or later, a minister, the present one or a future one, because there may be a ministerial reshuffle after May, is going to look at this and think, oh my God, we have so many problems that we've created for ourselves as a government. Why give ourselves one more? Now, I'm pragmatic. It may be that the government will impose it. That is a risk that we take when we debate all of this. But I also think that the whole thing may get so mired in the mud around the whole country with so many different ideas that the whole thing may be scrapped and we would stay with something like what we've got now. And that is what, personally, I would wish to see. I think it's good all the Hampshire leaders, including the newly aspiring Liberal Democrat Nick, from his comments earlier. It's good that we have actually agreed on a letter to go together. That's no mean achievement. But if anyone thinks that all the councillors are going to agree on a submission on lines on maps at the end of the day, that is not going to happen. There will be no agreement because everyone has their own idea of what is best for their own area and Hampshire as a whole. And there are two fundamental principles, one raised by Nick in the meetings that we have endlessly on LGR, and that is anything has to be financially sustainable. I agree with that. But I don't think any lines on maps are going to be financially sustainable until you sort the problem of funding social care. And the government have just shunted that into the long grass for the next 3 years. So it doesn't matter what the size of districts, what lines, what boundaries, none of them, in my view, will be financially sustainable. The second principle is a point that Councillor House raised at the meetings, and that is about sense of identity in local area and having bigger mega councils where decisions are taken by people who often don't know the area they're taking them on. That is not going to sort that problem of local identity. As someone said earlier, you're taking the local out of government. Where I briefly disagree with Councillor House is when he says that overrides the finance. I think the finance actually is the thing that at the end of the day may persuade the government that this is not worth pursuing because they say they want a simpler system and a cheaper system and it is not going to achieve financial savings. And with an elected mayor and new unitaries and a new combined authority in towns and parishes still continuing, that is not going to be a simpler system. So finally, very quickly, Mr. Mayor, I hope at the end of the day we end up roughly with what we've got at the moment. It ain't perfect, certainly not in this council, but broadly speaking, it works. It works, and it has the sense of purpose, and it's good financially as anything else will be. And if you change it, you end up potentially with something far worse. And I don't think any of us are doing our electors a service in pushing for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I have to echo some of the words that actually Councillor Taylor said, which was when I read this document, there is lots of wonderful words in it, but I don't feel we've gone far enough. And we've been having these conversations for years and years. And what my residents want to know is, what does the future look like for us? Where will I be getting my services from? Will they be as good, if not better, than what they're experiencing now? What are the problems potentially for them by this reorganisation? But what are the benefits? That's what they're looking for. So I was genuinely, I've got nothing, I'm not upset with the content at all. And I do appreciate that if the amendment was to go through, it would actually affect recommendation 5, for example, which also includes words to that collective guiding principles. And I think some of the things that were issues of concern have been picked up under recommendation 3. But my residents want to know, what does the future look like for them? And unfortunately, while we sit here and people can be quite parochial, that's not answering those questions. We haven't got long, and I'd have liked to have seen us further along this journey. I'd have liked to have seen what those models might actually look like today. Even if it was half a dozen, even if those half a dozen models had then been thrown out, and in September we had a different set come to us. But we're just looking at words, at the principles which, frankly, when I was an undergraduate and studying politics, I could have written. So I'm concerned. I'm concerned about whether we're making the pace that is needed to get the right results for our residents without having it imposed upon us by central government, which I think would be worse. I think that we should have made greater traction. So I find this quite frustrating, and I know my residents find it frustrating. Whether it's about sense of place, whether it's about their needs, that's first and foremost. And that's what we should have been looking at here. So I am a little upset, if I'm brutally honest. So thank you very much. But that's where I think we need to be heading towards, rather than arguing about what the principles might look like. We definitely need principles, absolutely. Otherwise, what we're saying, we're not principled people. But I think we should have had a bit more of a roadmap about the future, if I'm honest. Thank you for your time.
Finally, Councillor Drew.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm sorry that Councillor Louise Parker is upset. I think we're probably all upset about some of the changes that are coming. But did I hear correctly that one of our councillors said that it was better to submit nothing than something? Is that right? I frankly think that is a ridiculous suggestion. We have to submit something. And can I remind everyone that we've had to go at the speed of the slowest ship in the convoy in order to get something that the vast majority of us agree with. I think Councillor Collett mentioned it's all about money. Well, frankly, annoyingly, you're absolutely right. This council for the last few years has been struggling to find funding to carry out the services that central government have instructed us to carry out. We have no alternative. There's no alternative to that. I wish it wasn't. The good thing is that I think the districts and boroughs have in some areas, quite a lot more flexibility, and that's good to see. And I hope we will be able to transfer that on to the new unitaries, if, as and when they come about. Now, Blackwater Valley, I heard mentioned. It's an area about which I know very little. So I'm not going to talk about specifically Blackwater Valley, but as a sense of place, I think communities and people are absolutely vital to what we do in this council. If we're not here for people and communities, then why are we here? And we are just frustrated with one hand or 1.5 hands and our legs hobbled, so we can't actually do what we'd really like to do. And I think Stephen Reed mentioned drawing lines on a map that turn to trenches, that become battlefields. Before I go on and mention a little bit more about that, children's services, absolutely. I can't make sense to have to create 3 or 4 or however many children's services out of the one we've got. That's absolutely right. So the changes that we're being told are coming are daft in that sense. But Chairman, to refer to the battlefront, storm clouds are very clearly gathering over Europe, and priorities for the government are very much going to have to change. That is inevitable. And at Children's Services Select Committee, I said we need to look at ways we could shave in some shape or form 10% off our budgets. I think that that's what all departments are going to have to do, because we will have no alternative on that front. And also, turning to Westminster, a government that has a 200-seat majority can frankly do whatever it wants. Whatever the quality and however informed the debate is here, government will end up doing whatever it wants. But events may well overtake it.
Thank you, Councillor Drew. Well, to wind up the debate, a leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wondered for a minute who you were going to suggest I should wind up, but I will indeed wind up the debate. And I think, as I usually do, going backwards through the various comments, thank you, all of you, for your contributions. I think it's, again, a perfect example of why we do such good work in this room, even though it's after lunch and even though it's on a very warm spring afternoon. I think it's entirely possible that events will overtake things, and I think David is right to highlight that. We must submit something. If we don't submit something, then we risk being done onto. But I think to, in a way, reassure Peter, I think there is also a chance that events get to the point where we are still here debating this in a number of months or years' time. But we work within the framework in which we've been given, and using the analogy of moving at the pace of the slowest ship in the convoy, that is where we are currently, and that's what we're doing. Louise is absolutely right to highlight the issues of residents. It is those people that we serve that we must keep in the focus of every decision we make, and it is those who rely upon us that we must reassure throughout this that they remain at the heart of everything that we do. I completely understand the reluctance for local government reorganisation, Peter. I think we all do, and we all see the risks associated with it, and that's why attempting to do things in as collegiate and cooperative way as possible is vital to us. But it is eventually the fact that we must make decisions, and each of us must make decisions based upon what is good for our areas and what is of benefit to them, and that is where everyone will begin to diverge. And Jonathan makes the very good point that there are different positions, and effectively, whilst we might all agree eventually on a number of new councils, the shape of those new councils will still probably have 11 or 12 different shapes individually when we get to that point. Pal's highlighted the most vulnerable, and again, that speaks to those people that we need to reassure most. Martin has chaired all of our meetings remarkably well. He's done so with good humour and kindness, and has remained possibly the most patient person I've ever known chairing meetings. We have, though, only had all of the data in its full form for 10 days, so it's slightly unfair to suggest that this is suddenly something that we're not putting forward without sufficient scrutiny. And similarly, although I completely agree we need to focus on the financial challenges that we have. You're totally right to highlight that, because that is the thing that will either make these new councils or make this new structure eventually successful or not. And that's essentially what we've all tried to do in the barriers and challenges section of the submission at point 3. It may not be said strongly enough, but that's exactly the point that we've been speaking to there. And Stephen's absolutely right to highlight the fact that it's the government's agenda, and it will be our legacy, Jonathan, and that's something that we need to think about as well. And I think it is the fact that we one day, must have a legacy, and we must think of what comes before. That I've got the two Jonathans mixed up, but this Jonathan talked about as well in terms of how that happens. It's nice to be remembered. It's nice to be reminded that I will be forgotten one day. Many people forget me already and wish they could, but that's a different thing entirely. Malcolm, I am completely with you over the division of New Forest and Southern Test Valley, not least because it splits my division in half if that is attempted as well. But the important thing about this is the sense of place that those people feel. And our attempt to address that is exactly why at point E, I think it is, or point 5 of our own principles, is what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to say that although we will inevitably, even if we were to create a much larger number of unitary councils than the ones that we're talking about here, they would still be bigger than the districts and boroughs that we're currently talking about. And so having a sense of place for those residents to understand how they can interact with the council is important. And there are different formula by which that can be delivered, and that's an important point for us all. Stephen, as always, has given us exactly the point that we should be making, and it is the fact that some of our colleagues are already thinking about the boundaries they would like and then working within them that I fear creates part of the conflict in this. And that analogy of lines that become trenches that become fronts is exactly the point. It is better that we take our time, we take a deep breath, we look at the sustainability and the evidence and the detail of what we will be creating and what will and will not work. Kim's completely right to highlight our staff. At the end of the day, all of us here, but also those of us who also have seats in district and borough councils, work with fantastic colleagues across the piece. The county council, if you include the school staff, employs 38,000 people. Those are 38,000 individuals who, with an even greater, much greater number of people in their families who are reliant upon their work for councils as for their livelihood. And it is those people that we must also keep in the forefront of our minds, because when we think about lines on maps, when we think about different agreements or disagreements around how councils might look, we're playing with people's lives and livelihoods and that of their families. And so I would ask you all as we go through this process to think about that most of all. Andy, evidence is vital, and that's really important. And Gavin's absolutely right to point out about financial sustainability and the principles that need to guide us. And I think it is entirely right that each of the different councils look to their own thoughts and their own principles that might guide them as they go through the next few stages. And indeed, tonight Basingstoke will be talking about how they would like to create that Northern Hampshire Council. They've also been kind enough to tell us what the other 3 councils they'd like to create as well. And I'm very sad to tell you, Malcolm, that puts New Forest in with Southampton in what they're calling Southampton and South West Solent. So that actually at this point is not particularly helpful because we have no idea whether that works. We don't know what kind of picture that creates. We don't know whether the people of the New Forest would be happy to be in that situation. I can tell you from David's expression, they wouldn't be. And so that's the work that we've still got to do. And Keith, I think it's, it is absolutely the case that we need to work together, and we need to be collegiate, and we need to work as a local government family through this because of all the reasons I've just described. The people who rely upon us, the excellent services that we provide, the staff who rely on their employment for their livelihood. And it is equally right that each of the councils looks to their own responsibilities, and our responsibilities lie much heavier, frankly, than those of the districts and boroughs. And I know that I am not Mr. Popular for reminding people of that in the room of the leaders, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who will be standing in court talking about the statutory responsibilities we have to children, young people, the disabled, older people. That's our responsibility, and that's what we have to hold when we consider it here. And that's why we've set our own principles. And in doing so, we're not alone, we're not unusual. Indeed, tonight, Eastleigh's Cabinet are looking at their own paper around local government reorganisation, and at paragraph 27, they've got their own 6 principles that they are going to be using to guide them through this process. And that's completely right. And so to try and strip the county council of that is both unfair and also, I think, takes away from us our focus on what is important to us and the people who rely upon us to deliver the services. So I'm sorry, I can't support your amendment. I don't think in any way it diminishes the work of the districts and boroughs. And there is a, it is entirely right that we respect the views of one another, and when we get back into the room to the further discussions next week, no doubt there will be differences of opinion. They will be chaired perfectly by Martin. Martin will continue to have sleepless nights about his demise, as will I now. But the point is that we will differ. We will disagree, and even if we come up with 2 or 3 or 4, we'll probably disagree upon where those lines might need to lie eventually. But the thing that we must agree upon is that we are in a position where we have to protect our services, protect the outstanding nature of them, and as a consequence of doing that, ensure that those people who are most vulnerable in our community and who rely upon them understand that we will always be there for them. And it doesn't matter whether we are members of Southampton and South West Solent Council, or North Hampshire Council, or Portsmouth and South East Solent Council, or Mid-Hampshire Council, apparently. We will be there for those people, and on the day that those different councils change, no matter what they might be, they know that that service continues regardless of whoever's name happens to be on the side of the van or on the heading of the paper that comes through their door to tell them that this is the service that they are receiving. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Leader. We now come to the voting, the recommendations. I'm going to do these in a slightly odd way, but I think you'll see the logic when I explain. We've got 6 paragraphs. Paragraph 4 is the one that applies the amendment. So first of all, we will vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor House and the Liberal Democrat group as to whether his amendment, which effectively wipes out paragraph 4, is approved. So could I have all those in favour of the amendment? Could I have all those against? Any abstentions? That is, the amendment is defeated substantially. Can we now vote on the same paragraph as part of the substantive motion? So you're voting for paragraph 4 of the recommendations. Are you all, who's in favour? Who wants to approve it? Can I have those against? And that paragraph 4 is carried. We'll go to paragraph 5 now. And can we have all those that approve paragraph 5? And can we have those that are against paragraph 5? All abstentions? Paragraph 5 is approved. Finally, paragraphs 2, 3 and 6. All those in favour of 2, 3 and 6. All those against? Any abstentions? And that means that paragraphs 2, 3 and 6 are also approved. So the whole of the recommendations, as they are in your order paper, are approved.
Still got one more paper, Chair.
Sorry.
My members got one more paper.
Right, we've got item 6 now, which hopefully will...
Keith's got point of order.
Point of order, sorry. I'm rather hoping I got it right, but obviously...
Individual paragraphs, but you haven't voted on the motion as a substantive motion. And the reason why some of us abstained on the individual paragraphs, because in isolation they're fine, but taken collectively with everything else that's been voted on, we don't support them. We haven't been given the opportunity to do that.
Okay, let's have a vote on all the motion, all the recommendations together.
Yeah, I think we've done the
Right, well, all again, those against... Right, they're all approved again. Okay. Right, finally, item 6, local development scheme, the leader.
I'm going to say this really quickly. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm now going to say it really quickly. Thank you, Chairman. Following approval by Cabinet in February, the report seeks approval from Council of the revised local development scheme. The development scheme was updated at the request of MHCLG following changes to the indicative annual housing numbers expected to be planned for across Hampshire. I move the recommendation. Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions? Any debate? Do you approve the recommendation on page 85? Thank you all very much. This is my final meeting. I think I've done more meetings. I've done more meetings of the council than anyone else for the last 10 years. It's 7 in all. But I think you've been an excellent council. Well done.